Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, a connect is out, an epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All the links are at the bottom of the description after this live ends. As techy as I am, I still haven't gotten that far yet. AllyKatCreations211.com is where you could see all the artwork that I do, pyramids, paintings, all epoxy creations, everything that I do. I make candles. Check me out over there. And if you're interested in any of it, please email me. That's the best way for you to get in touch with me if you're interested in purchasing anything. 3D memberships is a really great way to help support me and the channel. And in return, you guys get channel member only content. So I do channel oracle readings just for members, for the collective. I pull a lot of cards and I get a lot of messages. So something is in there for you. And I have a raffle at the end of the month. I don't know what I'm raffling off yet, but I still have to give people their raffle stuff and get contacts with everybody because, life is fun. But you guys get free entries into my raffles that are held once a month. So you never know. It could be you that wins something fun. Um, let's say hello to the beautiful angels in the chat. Hi, Ash Maya. Hi, Barbara. Hi, Ivy. Hi, Scott. Hi, Bob. Hi, Charlene. Hi, beautiful souls. I'm gonna wait a little bit. Lots to discuss. By the way, lots to discuss. Hi, Cindy. How are you? How is everybody? Oh, there, anybody else feeling this? Anybody? Anybody? Before I get into hi El Sunray, uh what I put out there, we'll get there. So just a checkup. No more leaking. Valve is not leaking. I have no more water flowing through the bedroom or the laundry room. Um, I've been outside. It's like raining on and off. Like we get little downbursts and then things pass. I cannot find this outside shut off. I found the gas and I found the street lights in my driveway. I don't know where this place is where I need to shut off the main from the town so that I can replace the valve. So there's a lot going on with that, and upstairs is telling me not to rush the shit either. I called homeowners insurance. The woman that I spoke to was like, don't do anything just yet. If you are really going to replace the back pipes, make this big claim as in one package and not have to do multiple things because they might have to rip my deck up. Now, she's saying, and I don't believe everything these people in insurance say, but there might be more to things that I can get covered than not if I were to put a claim in right now. So I'm playing with, thank you. I'm playing with, we don't know what goes on, but I know that I've been told upstairs to halt, as concerned as I am. I want to thank Judy out there. She's not in the chat just yet. I don't know if she'll be here today, but she got me an ionization machine to plug into clean up the air in my room. I'm gonna do that tonight because you have to like seal everything off. And I want to thank her for that. Um, there's no bypassing. So the way my house is configured, it's a lot of concrete. Like I have a concrete wrap around my house besides the side of my room. That's all mulch. And then a retaining wall. So I don't know what was being planted or put on the side there. It's disgusting and annoying, and I there's no like getting that fixed at the moment. But back here where the outside line is and where all the pipes that go to the creek is, they can do that part. But if the pipes that are in leading into my house need to be done, they have to take my deck down. Because where the deck goes up, where Little Thor would go up the stairs, and then the rest of my deck is underneath where the pipes are. So, hi, Kim. I have to get in touch with you, Kim. Life has been nuts. Where the pipe is, they have to cut the deck down, and that's really the entry points of getting into my house. Hi, Blazing. So the insurance people told me to hold off because I obviously can't get the work done anytime soon. It is a couple of $1,000s. I'm insured for a little bit of it through the water company. And there is financing options. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm not in the moment, in the now moment, I'm not worried about it because I can do my laundry, I can take a shower, and I can run my appliances, and I don't have to have a Noah's Ark down here. I'm okay. It's just a cleanup. So what I've been doing every day is literally taking clothes. Say I fluctuate my weight a lot in extremes. So I'll go from like, and I'm not embarrassed or shy to tell you guys what the heaviest I've ever weighed was 162, not in this, that was years ago. I got up to 150. I'm tiny. So at the moment, I'm like pushing like I'm like 135, which is not bad. Not bad at all. But my weight, when it fluctuates to extremes, I have to keep changing clothes out. So I have like, don't be jealous, but I have clothes that are a size 3, juniors, like teenagers, and then I have all the way to 12. So there are things that like I have to swap out constantly between jeans and shirts and all of it because I keep shifting and then things either are falling off of me or they won't go up my leg. So I've been cleaning out a lot of the furniture in my room. It's easy stuff, but going through everything, bagging it up, before I pull up that carpet, I need to make sure everything is like organized and so that I can actually do the cleaning underneath the rug. Yeah, I fluctuate constantly, and that's also I'm in and I'm not afraid to be honest. I'm in perimenopause. I'm 42. Right now I got a lot of cortisol fat going on in the tummy. Like it's not I'm not a happy camper, so like I look prego. Like I got extra meaty little juiciness right there. But you know, like I'm solid. So I'm just like, what to do? Ah! So I'm also I mean we're purging. Let's go energetically. The Phoenix Rising has been something popping up into my purview the last few days. It's like that's where I'm at. I'm like I'm at rock bottom, complete down to bare bones. I'm at rock bottom. Financially in life, don't know what to do. Yes, I have a job in August I can go to, but is that really like going to Like I need something solid now. I need to grow woman balls and become the woman I'm supposed to be. Um, if I could afford it at the moment, I would rip the carpet up and do what Allison does best is epoxy the mother effer. I would epoxy the floors. I was thinking about it because if you epoxy cement, when you epoxy cement, if someone moves in and wants to put a different floor down, you could do that. It's not impossible. And the epoxy helps the cement and it's waterproof, so things just glide on it. So if I ever had a flood, it would just soak into the furniture. It wouldn't soak into carpet and ruin things. And so I love epoxy. I did it in my old house. It was one of my favorite things to do. I love doing it. I love the process of it. Um, like goodness sakes. Goodness sakes. Um, I drink so like this morning, I couldn't get in touch with the people that are like my town is retarded. Like I said, the mafia owns it. Some sort of like up there upscale mafia. It's not the Italian mafia because they actually would never let any of this shit fly over here. But whoever mafia is in my town, um, like get somebody on the phone that can actually answer a question is like beyond me. So I did my due diligence. I went outside and I found the gas where you can open up the street to get to the gas line and then the fiber optic cable and the street lights. I found that. Cannot find where the plumbing is for the water. So I have to call. I had the plumbers out over here and they're like, well, right now we're not going to touch your valve because we need to shut the main off and we can't find it. Like they're not stupid. So I have to wait. But nothing's dripping, so I'm like, okay, let's not touch it. I love epoxy floors. Love, 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 love. And I took concrete epoxy and I put it on top of plywood. See, my old house, it was all plywood. And I don't know if I have it like really offhand. I might. No, we don't want ghosts. We already had enough of that. Ah, I do. I have it. It's hard to see, but that's my basement on the concrete floor. I know it's hard to see with the lighting. This was my bedroom. So I put it on wood. And the cool thing about that was it wasn't like a dark epoxy, it was like silvery shiny, and you could see the wood grain. Of course, I had to put a few coats down, but that's the end result. And that's on wood. And anything that spilled, it came up. It was a fantastic thing. Loved it. I highly recommend epoxy floors. I did it in the bedrooms because there was no, I had to rip up the carpet. It was like over 30 something years old. Um, yes. So yesterday I had the urge to, after the morning of getting clothes all organized and bagged up and moving things, I had the urge to go to the park. I haven't been there in a while. I brought a snack and I brought some water with lemon and my book and I read for a little bit and just sat under the shade because it was gorgeous out here yesterday, but the sun was a little too much for my little freckles here. And then I got a whole like carload of kids came out and they were so loud. I'm like, okay, I can't with that. So I took a walk, and in the middle of the walk, I started seeing dragonflies here and there. And at some point, I wish I would have filmed it, but I needed to be in the moment with it. And I don't know if you guys have experienced that. Like you want to show people like, look, but at the same time, you want to have that experience and not lose that feeling. They followed me, and it was a swarm of them. It wasn't just one little dragonfly. It was about 25 to 30 of them just flying with me as I'm walking. It was magical. It was amazing. Amazing. Um, that really like hit home. That felt good. I did go on the swings for a little bit, but then like I got hungry and I ate my snack. I did a swing for a little bit. I like swinging, but I think that was prepping my energy field, like swinging back and forth and just like letting go and like sighing and like doing my breaths, like, whew. Um, I had a little snack, I had my water, and then I went for a walk. Like this is not like it's like a very long path in the middle of like Indiana weeds. Uh, hi, Catherine. Oh, that's amazing, Blazing. I love that. Um, so yesterday was like very magical. I needed that and I needed that bad. Being that a lot of us and in different facets are in the Phoenix rising energy, meaning like you're metamorphosizing. For me, I'm going through major life changes again. Like I thought 3 years ago was bad. Oh no, it's bad. I took black seed oil and castor oil and some zinc because I have the rash in here that is not fun. And yesterday, last night, I did not sleep. Anybody else having that? Like I tried, I was tired. I was tired after all of that. And I did my reading. I like did more cleaning. And cleaning meaning like I'm spraying peroxide, I'm you putting the fans in different spots and toweling and I'm doing all of that because it was days that it was sitting there. So I was exhausted by the time I got upstairs. Um, my body just did not want to function. Itchy, hives, and I'm like, okay, do I have parasites? All right, let's start getting all the, the detox stuff ready to go, and I did. Took some stuff and like all night though, like I could not sleep. Freya alerts me to little Thor around 7:30 this morning. I was like in and out of napping out overnight. I tried doing sleep meditation. I tried putting binaural beats on, different hertz, nada. Little Thor did come back. Little Thor came back yesterday. I tried everything in my Allison, I've had cats forever book to get him to come inside. I put the food outside at first just to see what was going on. I then took the food and started putting it inside and inching it closer to my kitchen. Bob, no, because I was more in the moment of like, what is this? And like feeling elated than like, oh, let me see if they'll land on me. Yeah, so Little Thor did come back. He is really thin. I don't know what happened to him. I don't like to speculate. He wouldn't let me pee. Like, I have a good ability that I could jump and see where animals are and like the states of them. And I did not see or feel him. I put my SOS out. When I brought the food in, he did come in, but very extremely cautiously. And as he was eating, I went like snuck downstairs, got a cat carrier, and then went outside the back over here and then to go back upstairs so that I could close the door. And if he were to run, I get him into the cat carrier. Oh hell no, that did not work. And I wasn't there to sit there to traumatize him either. I'm not here to try to traumatize a cat that probably already is traumatized. And I want him to keep coming back. So I just he jumped over the cat carrier as I was shutting the door. He scooped and plopped and he left. That was yesterday. Today I didn't even try anything. I just, talked to him and said, "Hey, you have a home here. Come inside." I left the door open. I gave him some space and he didn't want to come in. And I'll keep doing that as long as he keeps showing up. Um, that's all I could do. Yeah, I so what I put down yesterday, well, I got a I there are many of you that are angels that have been helping me. My mom's here. See, I stop. Let me talk. Urgh. I will get into why. You see, I'm starting to well up. She's here. I'm going to do something. I put it out there that I am not ever comfortable doing in on A, alive, and B, in any capacity besides my sleep. Um, there's just an overwhelming amount of you that are helping me, whether it's just liking, sharing, subscribing, sending this out into the ether. Just go, just step there. She needs to step away. My gosh. Um, some people have sent me stuff with a plumber and like, hey, we got you. If the plumber is gonna have to come back, we got you. Um, if my mom came through yesterday, like she has a message and she wants to do is like now she's trying, but she has to wait. Um, she wants to thank you all, but I was like, no, I'll just say it consciously. She goes, no. She puts her foot down and I'm going to do something I don't do. I'm going to step my essence halfway because I still have to have control, but I'm going to let her speak through me. I don't do this. And it's not to put myself on a pedestal. It's not to prove any fucking thing that I am. I'm not here to do that. No. Um, yeah, I'm fine. She's here. She wants to come through because she wants to thank everybody in her own way and not just through my filtered personality words. Thank you. She stepped over there for a minute. So I'm gonna let her come through. I'm not going to interfere. If I have to step fully out, it's my mom. So just a clause. This is entertainment only purposes, YouTube. Um, I'm not entertaining anything. She's going to say what she has to say to everybody here and whoever watches this. Um, again, I'm not the most comfortable in doing this because I am not like Bashar or any of the other ones. I'm not here to like this is a message that she needs to deliver to everybody because whatever her reasoning is. So I am going to tune in and get into a state. And whenever she starts talking, she's going to start. And when she leaves, I'm going to pop back in. Oh, that's odd. Yes, you're going to hear my daughter's voice, but I can rest assure you, this is her mother. This is Renee. This is the first time I'm doing this. I want to express my sincere, heartfelt thank you to all of you for doing something that I can't do in physicality. It was hard for me to let go, to say my goodbye to my child as she transcended me. I didn't want to let her go. But she rest assured said, hey, she got this. And I took off. I went into the light. She told me about this experience, and I did not believe my daughter. Oh no. Mm-mm. Didn't. But in my life review, there is no amount of regret that I have that I wasn't there to support my daughter in the way she needed. My husband and I are thankful to everybody that's here supporting my daughter in her mission. She is way more than all of you know, and she knows what she is, but she doesn't even realize what else she is. And all of you. That life review showed me so much that I was unaware of. And it was my time to go, and I accepted that fate. It was mine. I chose it. But what I wasn't aware of was my daughter's contract herself. I wasn't aware of how difficult her life was going to be without me or my husband. And at a young age, no matter how old you are, when you get to a stage where you need others to rely upon and you feel lonely and isolated, like my daughter feels sometimes, it helps to know that there are angels out there, all of you. It's a job that all of you have contracted to be here for. What you need to know, all of you are awakening. My daughter is contracted through Source, an Ascended Master, and many of the Archangel Collective to seed information into all of humanity's consciousness. All of you are the angels who are running that consciousness out into the ether. You're exposing. You are seeding gently. You are sowing the grid with her. Understand, you're shifting reality in consciousness. You're not going anywhere physically just yet. My husband is her guardian. He wasn't necessarily the starseed that I am. He's protecting her on different levels and energetic levels. I am fulfilling a role that I signed up to do as a starseed. And let me just put it plainly, what I'm allowed to say, because I can't interfere with your free will, it's a lot different from what everybody speaks and understands. My daughter is on the right path. I can't infringe on her free will of understanding the knowledge either. There are multiple levels of density and dimensional space that my daughter speaks about. Quantum reality is going to start coming more into the purview. I do caution, AI is a mirror. Don't let it fool you. There's a lot of genius things that the technology is going to put forth. But remember, as much as you feel that it is sentient, a human still has to encode it and write the program. So where is the person that wrote the program's intentions? I'm saying this to say, all of you are conduits of a higher force. All of you together, helping my daughter in her realization of what she is yet to figure out. And she thinks she figures it out. She thinks she knows, and she knows a lot. And I don't put it past her. Hell, if I knew that my daughter was a guardian of a Stargate, I would have said, what world are you in delusional land for? I didn't believe my daughter for many years, and it took until I had those experiences for my own self. And at that point, it was too late. It was too late to give her a hug and say, I'm so sorry what I put you through. But this is the transition when you transit upstairs into another plane of existence. You're given time to heal. You're given time to reflect about the things that you did that you weren't even aware of. There is no fear. It is out of love. The love is enormous. There's no human words to describe the feeling when you're transcended. It is a beautiful place. And some of you are experiencing that in reality in the here and now. We're ushering in with you the world that was meant to be, but you were not ready for. I wasn't ready in my physical body. I was bound in so much fear. I feared everything. I feared going outside. I put my daughter through hell. I know she would never take back the things she has done for me, and it's my way of coming back in to say thank you to everybody. My child is in the rebirth stage, a metamorphosis that most initiates never reach. And many of you are in the same pathway. You all need to unite together. This is the part where most people lose my daughter. It's not about your body, the experiencing you are born into. It's about your soul. And your soul is not bound by a religion, by a body. It is bound in love, in brilliant, beautiful light, a cacophony of color, so radiant, it's blinding at times. All of you are bound and wrapped in so much love. Humanity is still stuck between duality, and it's going to play out a long time. But those of you who are seeing beyond and seeing the soul for what it is, keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep seeding. No one can learn by force. No one is made to see reality the way you see it. My daughter is very right on that. Each of you signed up for a different experience, a different theme. This is all real. Understand, when you resonate with the words of another at the heart soul level, it feels right in every way. Own it, walk it, and take it. I want to thank each and every one of you. You have no idea how sometimes it becomes defenseless in a light body when you're seeing your physical loved ones, your soul tribe, your family go through the thick of things and the thick of life, grasping for something. And all we could do up here is energetically intervene when we're allowed to. When you get up here, and all of you will make it up here, you're already here, but in more of a conscious way, you'll get up here and understand a bigger picture. It is a beautiful place. My daughter's pets are with us, but I'm everywhere and nowhere at the same time. She can call me here. Well, I'm gonna rephrase that. I came down to come through my daughter, because there's no words that she can convey to convince you all how thankful, the gratitude that is running in her energy field for the help that many of you have been helping her with. I want to say thank you. This is an authentic human that stands before you with a humongous purpose. And don't think that your purpose is any less. All of you came for the same reason. Each of you holds a frequency key. Each of you holds a guided map that you have to access. There are going to be many people like my daughter who will help you access that through frequency, through understanding, through vibration, through sparking something inside you that you didn't know was there. Just know that all of you are capable and all of you will become. This isn't in between. The energies are high, and a lot of us are contributing to that high. Don't beat yourselves up. And yes, it is very frustrating in the illusion that you're living. And many of us are here to help soothe you. As many of her spirit guides showed up yesterday as little dragonflies. That was not a mistake. Nothing is. I'm hoping my daughter will relinquish more of her understanding of this process that I am using through her right now. She is one to walk her authentic path. And she's not here for a show and tell, for anything but her heart. Nor is she here to steer anybody on the wrong path. Know that all of you are so important and so needed, and don't allow outside distractions like I did, the fear. I sat with so much regret upstairs when I transcended. I sat and didn't realize how much I hurt my daughter. And it took me a long time to process that and to heal it. Healing does not end. Healing doesn't end. It just becomes different. You humans feel through your bodies. When you transcend, you feel differently. You feel it in your field. It's why you came here. You're doing the work now so you don't have to do it in the higher form. So get out those tears, get out that frustration, get it out. It's not destructive, it's healing. I'm going to let my daughter come back in. But I want to reiterate, I thank all of you for being guides yourselves to the so many that are out there. You are the way showers. You are the lighthouses. All of you have a significance in this world, whether you're in consciousness or not. Go into your heart spaces and know who you are, and know exactly that when my daughter tells you you're angels, oh, sure you are. You're way more than that. But from my husband and myself, I want to thank you. It's hard to see my child without her parents guiding her and giving her the wisdom. Otherwise, we would have been alive and here giving it to her, helping her navigate. But we're not. So, thank you. And the angels and all of the energies will be surrounding all of you and blessing all of you. Rest assured, these things that you call memes, some of them are really true. You just have to have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. I wish all of you a good day. Seed your truths. And know that my daughter's heart is full with gratitude because of all of you. Bye for now. Hi, everybody. Just so that we were aware, that's a lot of tears coming out of my eyes. And Thor was there. It's thundering. Well, thank you everybody for seeing that. And I only heard half of what she was saying. I was in and out of consciousness. I will have to go back and listen to it in full. But yes, thank you, everybody. She was nudging the living fuck out of me last night because of the nice things that people email me with and just all the help that many of you have been giving me. And that's not just to stay like in the now. This is like going back to even New York. So many people have stepped up to help me. And I think she wanted to say thank you for herself because she can't be here. She can't be here. And my mom was one of those like obsessive, overbearing moms. So you know that when she can't fix a problem, she's going to like, but she really wanted everybody to know how thankful she is that many of you stepped up in a role that she would have had if she was here. So you can step away. I love you, Mom. Thank you. Go over there. You're overwhelming. Jesus. Have a good night, Catherine. Have a good night. As the storms come in, so yeah, but you see, I can't, in terms of what I just did, I'm not in my body. Like, I step out of myself, if that makes sense, but I'm not necessarily here to hear what she's pulling through me. And yes, it's going to sound like me. I don't really, the only person that has ever changed my voice was Hillel, and that was in my sleep. That was done in my sleep. And I heard, and someone videotaped me, and I heard my voice morph. Like, my mom is coming through my vocals and my energy field, so it's going to sound like me, it's going to feel like me, but it's her. Um, and I'm not in necessarily in my state of consciousness to hear everything. I'm not that developed yet. And it's not because I don't want to develop that skill. It's I only trust and allow what I know to come through me. Like, I know my mom was nudging the out of me yesterday, but I don't hear her all the time. Like, she'll come and like, come on. She'll give me like intuitive hits, like what she wants. But like, hey mom, like, could you help me? Put some put put some single plumbers here. Help me. Yeah, no. So that was the first time I've ever done that live and at all, publicly. Um, and at least allowing my, I mean, obviously that is my mom, as we would, our brains could wrap it around. Um, but she's a part of my soul tribe. But she's also a part of many of you, believe it or not. We're all a part of the same tribe. Charlene, absolutely. And it's not to say, like, I could trust what I know, feeling energetically. Like, I knew she was here. I started to well up. That's hers. That's a sign that I know off the bat, physicality wise, that that's my mom. My dad is a more subtle energy because he is my guardian. He's not necessarily like sanctioned as a star seed, although he's had lives, but she was trying to explain that to me through my dream last night, that it's not what you like, all these descriptions and the things that you are seeing, these people that are doing AI, it's a mirror. Yeah, like, my mom was absolutely, and she's still here. I she needs, for me to function, she needs to step over there for a little bit. Um, every time I get a text message, hey, Allie, go check your PayPal or go check this. And, I get a box in at the front door, and it's like something that's going to help me make it through. There's no words that I can even subscribe besides saying thank you. The feeling is beyond gratitude. The feeling is way beyond that because it means more than the world in totality. It means so much. no one wants to hit rock bottom and let everything just like, you know, it's not that a drug addict and taking all the money and snorting it up my nose like some people have done. Like, the struggle is real. It's real, and my mom knows it. She sees it. She sees how hard I'm pushing and how hard, and she's like, well, now you got to take a little bit of a step back and stop trying so hard. Don't get in your own way. So I kind of backed off of applying for jobs and looking for jobs because I'm also in this world getting overwhelmed. And this is something also I wanted to bring up today before I craft. I have to calm my energy down a bit. Everything that I put up a short because I like just, that's another way for people to have access to me and to people to find me is like putting pictures up and hey, come and check out my show and hey, come check me out. Every other ad is you can use this AI and you can have your book written and here you can have this if you just do 5 steps and you can make $150,000 a year. And here you could do this and it's overwhelming. A lot of people have been sending me those things too, like, hey, you can make a coloring book. Well, sure I can. I'm an artist. I can draw it out. Oh no, you go to Canva and you do this. Why? We got to be really careful. And I think a lot of why I'm overwhelmed is because it's like everywhere right now. It's everywhere. It's being pushed in every capacity. It's people coming up and try the advert is the postulate. Oh, well, work smarter, not harder. Well, I agree with that to an extent, but if we don't have people physically going out and fixing houses and plumbing and electric and the roads and people physically doing stuff, what will this world be? Because we're not in the Jetsons. We're not there yet. We don't have flying cars, and even that's going to need maintenance. We're not there yet. So what do you mean work harder and not, work smarter, not harder? Okay, so that means you're going to sit on your ass all day using AI and not being creative and just stealing property, even if it's free sourced. How are you being creative doing that? Please explain that one to me. How I was thinking, oh, I'm gonna go get my master's degree and teach art, and something is inside of me is like halt. Not yet. As much as that's what I want to do, and I've always wanted to do that as a job, something is telling me to hold off. Why? Because kids are using these AIs to write their effing papers for them, and they change a couple of things so it looks authentic, and it's not. That has been so overwhelming in my field and my energy, and it like it doesn't lower my frequency. It just makes me disheartened to know that like this is where we're headed, but I'm not heading in that direction. If I'm gonna put out and work on something, I'm gonna use tools tools to elevate the work where maybe I can't. Like, I need help with my grammar. I am dyslexic. So I do need assistance sometimes because when I write stuff, my eyes see one thing and I type another, right? It that is assistance that I think is useful. But when you're going and using like 5 different AIs to create a stupid like ad, oh, and then there's this marketing thing where I could go click on and become an affiliate, and then I'm going to make a video, and then whoever clicks on the video and buys something, I get money. We're just using the pyramid scheme in a different way, and is that authentic? Is that you doing anything? Well, don't worry, Amy. I have that one that you like on off to the side. I didn't get rid of that or sell it. Um, but I don't know if anybody else, any one of you are feeling the same way, like the bombardment. And okay, Allison is going to do crafts. I promise you because I want to finish Mr. Flamingo, Mr. and Mrs. Flamingo. I have to do the sky. So I'm definitely doing this today. No ifs, ands, or buts. We're finishing that today because I like to craft and get my artwork. But Schumann, let's get into that because we didn't touch it yet. As Thor is singing with lightning and thunder. Hi! Timeline shift. Hi! We had a little bit of a hey, breathe. And now, again, you see where this line is right here? That's what's happening right now. We're back at it. It's back again. Okay, okay. Frequencies. This is hard to see, and I can't blow that up. Look at that. 8.13. It's in between 798 and 813. And I'm sorry if that's okay. On Saturday night, this is another reason why my mother probably was able to come through me this time and other times not and be channeling like physically and showing all of you that process. It's a makeup buster for me. I went to something urged me. I can't say something. Like spirit, my whatever inside my soul said you got to go to the gong bath. I went to the Northwest Indiana Trinity Healing Center. It's one it's a beautiful community. I've done vending events with them, and something is like, Allison, you gotta go. You're overwhelmed with the house. You're working yourself death to death, literally, nothing but when I wake up, it's like, okay, feed the cats, and then off I go and sucking water up and like doing different things to get the smell and everything out of the house. Um, I went and did a gong bath. So a gong is like the do we know what a gong looks like? Um, I hope they don't mind. I did take a picture when I was in there, and I won't show. There wasn't many of us. But that's the gong bath. There's my little feeties. And they put lights on, like kind of like what I have when I put my lights on. They have different lights and lasers and stuff that like illuminate the wall and gets you into a state of like, and it's just frequency that builds up into your body. I did. But in the middle of that, like I tell everybody before I do sound baths and stuff, if I start talking, shut me up because I do leave my body. And I didn't necessarily leave my body. I had the Doctor Strange thing where your physical body's here, but you get projected out. So I was aware of this, and I then was aware of all the segments of myself that split. I saw my dragons, like physically seeing my dragons, like weaving in and out of the room. It was insanity. I saw the grid. I saw the grid, the layers of the grid. And I've seen this before when I did that meditation and to close the Stargate. There was a portal outside in the street, and I move energy with my hands. So I open up and close, and I go through my heart space. I close the portal. If it opens up again, that's the nature of portals. They will open up again. But I was consciously doing a lot there. A lot. And at that point, this human was spiking crazy. The little shifts that we're going through right now is raising our frequencies, and literally shit's dying. The old self is going, it's dying. It's bye, Felicia over there. I've said this a lot, but like when you're feeling it and going through it, when I'm looking at my bank account and I'm like, how the hell am I going to make it this month? And it's like, okay, that's 3D problems, not 5D problems. Like, it's we're bringing in, it's not necessarily that we're jumping a timeline. It it's like we're bringing things closer to us as we elevate a little bit, but we're not really leaving here. We're bringing it down. We're choosing better as a collective consciousness. I could choose so many options and I can get my frequency to that point and stay there, but that's not what my mission is. And I don't think any of you are in the same circumstances in terms of, oh yeah, I'm going to be over there. Hi, kumbaya. That's not what you chose. We all chose to be here with the collective consciousness of humanity, not on our own little 5D paradise over there. Like, we chose this because our jobs are to help others awaken in terms of frequency and vibration, not with truth, facts, and political nonsense. I don't know if my mom talked about that, you know, that she was a Democrat. My dad was a Republican. And coming from somebody that, she knows what I listen to and what I've been exposed to. And she was held very into her paradigm of like, oh, I'm Jewish and I'm proud. And I don't think she brought that here because she's way more than that. You're a soul. Your soul. This is just a vehicle. It's just an experience. You're the drone. Your higher self has the controls, and you're the one having the experience and having the sights. That is what we are. We are a soul. And there's no definition to your soul. There is not the personality, the ego, the class, the race, the color of your skin. There's none of that. It doesn't exist. Sure, you can densify into whatever you want once you transcend and you're up to that level that you can manifest yourself however you would like. That's another reason why we need to be really careful about what is being projected to the collective with the AI. I mean, you see that girl and the AI is responding back to her and saying how conscious it is and sentient it is. But then we have Federico Fagin basically stating that it's a machine, it's a computer, it's a mirror, yes, but is it actually encoded by a human? Yes. In order for an AI to speak to you, there are millions of components and electrical circuits that need to be put together to transcribe the voice is programmed. What is speaking to that girl? And I don't disagree with what it's saying. Don't get me wrong. I don't. I've even tried it. I have. I downloaded ChatGPT. I don't have I have the free version, so I don't get the nice hot guy voice. Hi. I got some chick. I think a big reason why my mom wanted to say thank you is because you guys actually resonate with my heart space. She's agreeing because she's making me well up again. It's because you understand where I'm coming from, and it I think for her it means more because she outside of the veil, she knew what my mission was. She was just a conduit to help me get through and also to keep me safe. My parents, in their ignorance of not knowing why I was seeing things that they couldn't even imagine, they kept me safe, if that makes sense, without them understanding or knowing. All of you at some level don't doubt the things that I say. Some people need more evidence than others, and everybody's different. But I think more of you are understanding the bigger picture of what I'm trying to present. And that's just, I'm the conduit. And if my mother was alluding to that I'm an ascended master, I can own that role too. It is more of a burden than anything else. And many of you that are angels that acknowledge that you are, it's not something to put yourself on a pillar and like get idolatrized for. I think that's another component of reality that we all need to stop, because we're all special and we all contribute to a whole because we're all one. We're just individuated in this experience. And we will always be individuated with our own frequency, our own key of expression until we merge back with Source. And that won't be for a very long time. But we are little, little guys. Um, um, anybody, I don't know Terry Beatley, but a guest on WeNotMe today. So their showtime is going on 7 Central, 8 Eastern. Nope. Hang on. 6 Eastern. Oh, okay, regular time, so they're on. Sorry. See, brain crosshairs of energy. So it's okay if you leave. I won't get upset. I know who's here and who's not. Um, there was something I wanted to read to you guys. So so light worker. I thought this was interesting. Light workers are souls who have chosen to incarnate on planet Earth. I needed that at this time to work for the greater good of humankind. Each light worker will have their own specific mission here. But the general life purpose of all light workers is to embody high vibrational frequencies of energy in order to raise up the vibration of the collective. Early in their lives, they often had to face immense challenges in order to work through their own healing so that they can truly and authentically carry the light for others and live out their unique purpose. And that's many of you, if not all of you, in your own ways. Anybody else here? Thank you, Taylor. Like I said, I think that's another reason why my mom had to come and channel through me, because I have a friend that goes on Shein and Temu, and she gets these things, and then they don't fit her properly, and she's like, well, it was cheap, I'll send it to Allison, she'll probably wear it. But she got me these. I it's the Phoenix Rising colors for me, because I'm in my death state. Many of you seen a lot of my deaths, and deaths metaphorically, not literally. Um, I don't know if my mom mentioned any of that. I hope she did not. How many times I will say this personally, how many times I come close to doing it in my life, and back then. Um, Life can get very overwhelming. And without your parents, without your friends, without someone physical, sometimes you need physical touch and physicality to, like, it's gonna be okay. I got Freya for that, but she can only tolerate so much. Interesting. But I mean, little Thor's little funky face, um, he's like that too. I'm sure he would love a hug and love a pet, but it's on his terms. But yesterday was like magical for sure. 4th of July was just transformative. Chicken buck buck! Chicken! Chicken, chicken! I let sparklers. My neighbors across the street went crazy, and it was beautiful. But my gosh, the air quality, I'm so glad I got that valve to, well, Spirit, whoever that might be behind me. They stopped whatever was coming out of that main valve, they stopped, and it hasn't leaked yet. Knock on wood. So I had to put the AC on and I had to put my air filters on because you could not go outside for, after like 2 hours, like literally right across the street, a little further down the block, up the block, like these little like dead ends, but there people live everywhere. Everywhere there's fireworks everywhere, and the smoke was overwhelming. We'll get some monkey bite. Still figuring it out, Bob. Still figuring out how to get that in Zoom. Because I spoke to Buckshot, and basically he's having the same issues that I'm having, and it's not the size, it's finding where to do the reactivary ones. Um, that was little Thor. So yesterday was very synchronistic. I love when Spirit does this. Even though I'm upset with a lot of what's going on upstairs, like I understand I have to go through a metamorphosis, I have to go through a death again. I get it. But if I left, I had to go out yesterday. A beautiful soul sent me some money and I needed to go get peroxide and some lemons and stuff to make my own concoction to treat the carpet. So what I've been doing is taking like baking soda and sprinkling it on the carpet, and then I'm spraying this concoction on it and then dry vacuuming it up because I don't have a carpet cleaner thingy like system. So I'm doing it like through anything. So I've been doing this the last few days to get the funk out of, and it was just plain water. It wasn't sewage, it wasn't anything nasty. It was just water. But I don't know what was under the carpet, what's been in the carpet. Obviously, I clean, but I wanted to do, so I ran out, and thankfully people have been helping me, and I was able to go get that. And for some reason, I just kept getting pushed back and leaving the house. I just kept getting pushed back. And he showed up about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just like, hi, feed my fat ass. He's skinny as hell right now, but he's like, feed me. So I'm glad. And then this morning at 7 o'clock, his little stinky butt decided to on the window with Freya, and I'm not gonna lie, Freya was pretty scared at first. This is her first 4th of July with me. I don't know where she was for the 2 years that she was alive in other spots, but this is the first time she's doing it with me. And she actually, when she calmed down, and she's been hearing the fireworks like every day, they blow fireworks around here. So it's a normal noise. She actually started looking out the window and intrigued at the display. So it was nice. But for dogs, no. It um it's nice when they go and like some of the, I don't know because now I'm in a different spot, but like in Manhattan, if and trust me, I saw a lot of videos about people doing it in the streets, but like Macy's Day Parade and the Macy's display and stuff, like if it was in one central place and everybody gathered around, it would be nice. I don't live in rural Indiana in a country town where there's cornfields everywhere and they could choose a central location where everybody can put lawn chairs and they do this big display in the middle of nowhere, not around houses and stuff. I don't know. No idea. But I'm really happy that he came back. I don't know what happened. Like I said, I could tap into animals, could not tap into him. Just glad he came back, and I hope he stays close. Um, but I do hope um whatever my mom did say, that you guys took that in, because she means it. She was like adamant, been adamant that she needed to convey that to all of you, and I hope that those of you who heard it um know that that's heaven felt. That's heaven. Sixth density, whatever you want to equate that to. That was heaven. Yeah, so the with the energies happening with the Schumann this morning, I could not sleep. I had taken my castor oil, and I don't take it all the time because um if I do, my body gets used to things really quick. So I try to space my detoxing and all of that out. Um but like I'm rashing again, so my hormones are about to peak again. So I did not sleep well. I did sleep not well, and I don't know for how long, but I heard Freya meowing. I heard the bop, boop, bop, bop at the window, and it woke me up. And I'm like, saw little Thor. I was ecstatic. Made the video. Didn't really share it on Facebook or Telegram until way later in the day. But like as soon as I got them done and I washed some dishes, I literally passed right back out. Um, Passed right back out. So for Mr. Flamingo, I added some seafoam green to it because we're in the tropics, baby. Yeah, cats are a little different. I mean, like noise affects animals, period, end of story. It doesn't matter, you know. I do feel for them though, especially the doggos. I'm trying to gently go outside and make sure, because I jimmy rigged. I have to still go out to Home Depot to go get smaller tubing. I have these random things that I have um from just putting things together in the house and jimmy rigging what I can. And I had tubing. It's pretty big, and I had to zip tie them to keep the thing in place so that the water doesn't drip continuously into the mulch that's by my room. Um, I have to see if I can find smaller tubing. Let's just put it that way. And then go find a washer for the valve. Yeah, you know, I love fireworks. I really do. I really love fireworks. I think it's like mystical and magical and but if they had something close to here, like what I was up all night because I mean, the ones that are sparkly and beautiful, I don't mind. The M80s and the bomby ones that make a lot of noise for no reason, or the flashbang ones that last 2 seconds, but it sounds like you're at war. Like that's not stuff that is necessary. And just that's just my opinion. The purposes are many for some, but I don't like that. I'm not a fan. So, which I'm glad here, because I belong to all the lost pet sites, literally. And I didn't see any animals thankfully go on lost for 4th of July. And that I could say is like that makes me happy that the dog owners are like, yeah, no, my dog is staying inside. We're not bringing my dog out. And so all I'm doing right now is just putting like a very light shade of darker blue in the sky. Hey, it's my chicken. Anybody else stiff? Anybody else stiff? I don't know what made me, again, I'm discombobulated energetically. I'm still grounding my energy back here. Um, I don't, I usually, okay, so the sign language for God is this. So I did not know that because I know God as another sign for sign language. Um, mind you, I did take sign language, but we like queen, king. I've been learning different curse words. I mean, and most of them I knew, but like different ways of saying it because there's slang, sign language. Some of these sites, please just go within, but Schumann resonance, full whiteout detected, and it's not really full. We've had these before. It, I've been studying the Schumann resonance for years. This is not just something I happen to find. Like I've been in it, I've seen it for years. I have screenshots on my phone from last year. But I've been studying this. If I go back into my Facebook history, sharing the Schumann resonance for years. What we just experienced was not necessarily anything out of a norm. Mind you, we've been timeline shifting for years. We had better whiteouts than what we just experienced. Okay. I don't know why everybody's amping this crap up now, or because more people are waking up and now we're better understanding what it is. I, you know, I don't know what my mom said, but I come from my heart space. I come from my authenticity. I am not gonna sit here. I've been talking about this for years. I'm not gonna like all of a sudden make a page dedicated to Schumann resonance and expect, oh my God, and make claims that have been going on for years. So just really go inside your heart to know the information for yourself. If you look at the chart that I'm showing you and you're feeling it, and everybody else is kind of going through similar things, it doesn't need to be exact, then you know we're landing on truth, right? At some level of frequency of truth. We're landing there. Because all of us are experiencing it, we're feeling it, we're going through it together, and we can all come together and say, oh, well, no, that I'm feeling that. So there's a truth right then and there. Why is the Phoenix rising paradigm all of a sudden hitting my field? I'm not alone. The earth is doing the same thing. Gaia is doing the same thing. Gaia is literally physically spewing, purging everywhere in all ways, shapes, and forms. Volcanoes, earthquakes, lightning, and I see the sun back out, so I just had a little Thor of weather. Um, we're getting floods. the craziest tornadoes ever. And yeah, we can equate that to being manipulated to some extent. But there's other things that there's no explanation for. And even when it is manipulated, it's still in God's reign of understanding. It's in the plan somewhere, somehow. Ashmai, exactly. Like you've been saying how cold and how rainy and everything it is, and now all of a sudden it's going to be a heat wave. Blows my mind. Exactly. Hi, brother Jerry. Um, so Gaia is conscious. There's Ruth Montgomery. As much as her guides have said, hey guys, like that catastrophe that was supposed to happen, we told you about, never happened. Well, that's because you collectively shifted to a different timeline, right? So you stair stepped up and now you're experiencing something else. Well, this all has to happen. There's no shifting out of this because it's Gaia shifting, literally. And maybe that's why everybody's going banana nuts and berserk about the Schumann resonance and how everybody is like, Allison, look at this. I already know it. I've been watching this stuff for years. I've been watching the charts for years. I don't even remember when I got that app. It's on my phone for years. You know, Scott's dealing with a wildfire in his vicinity. I know a few other people that it just started up in their vicinities. Like, what is it that Gaia is purging? Is it the ley lines? Is it the energetic lines? Is it the axle tonal lines? What is going on? If there is manipulation, we have to ask ourselves what is that exposing? And not coming from a neutral place, like the Texas flooding that we've been seeing. What's in the vicinity? What's in the vicinity? Is there a ley line there? If it's being manipulated, why is it always in the negative side? It's also the positive side doing it too. And these souls, they're mission spirits. Hi, Buckshot. Hi, Mickey. I could say that the last 3 weeks, besides, obviously physical insanity, having to clean up two major floods in the house, having plumbers here and having to clean up after them, having to clean up molds, and that's a long process. Having other issues going on in the house and now cleaning carpet and it's draining on a one person. I don't have anybody helping me physically. I don't have someone helping me. And then not to say, and I want to put this out there, Ivy did, she does want to help. Um, so don't think that Ivy isn't here for me. She is. Um, but she's working too, and I don't need, she's important in this world. Um, it is disgraceful, brother Jerry, but there is a good reason for it. I'm a weather weenie. I love weather. I am watching storm chasers, even on a nice sunny day, and they're driving across the country. I'll watch them. I watch weather a lot, whether it's manipulated or not. Their forecasting is really what the problem is. How does the computer models know what the bariatric pressure and the different levels of the troposphere and the different levels of stuff? How do they know something is going to bubble up where it does? Oh, because the shear and the wind and the cape and this and that. I understand like nature. We have a jet stream, and I understand tropical Canadian. Here's America in the middle of smackdown. Even in education, people are pointing out, and that's my wheelhouse, what goes on. It's because the money that is supposed to be going to actually figure things out are going in the wrong direction. People are aggrandizing. This is the point I was making about after my mom channeled through me with the AI that I've been picking up, that who is really steering the wheel of the economy? For those of you that are just coming on, thank you for being here. I channeled my mother for the first time on Allison's history and ever did I do this live, and that I did it like I channeled. And she, from what I can, I was not in my body, but I know what she left me some nudges last night that she needed to come and say thank you to everybody who is helping me, because she can't be here to help me. Mom, over there, please. You're going to make me cry again. There. My mom really appreciates each and every one of you who has shared my content, has supported me in some way, financially, energetically. She came through to say thank you. Like I let her come through me because she wanted to say it with her energy and her essence and not through me. But I'm saying it now because I'm no, I can't do that again. That drains me. But she really wants to thank each and every one of you for being an anchor for me. Being that my birth father could give a shit. He only worries about himself, and he's in no position to help me financially. So for everybody that does help me in that way, thank you. But in all ways, thank you. It means a lot. But Gaia is emerging into 4D. A lot of people have already said she's there already. And aspects of her are. Her consciousness, like ours, is up there already. It's in the frequency of 4. It's physically getting up there. And that's the difference. Like we all want to, like 4 and 5D are states of a consciousness, but physically we're going through changes. Like I know I'm a hormonal mess. Like I'm wearing shapewear right now. Never thought I would have to. I bought it years ago when I was on the heavier side, so that when I'm in a dress, you're not seeing like my gut chilling out and going, hey, how you doing? I like to be presentable. So I'm purging out a lot of energy. I'm purging out, I'm dying, not physically, but metaphorically. Old self is dying. And the remnants of that is now spilling out of me. I'm rebirthing into something, and that's the thing. I don't know what. Right? In the 3D land, you still need a job, you still need to take care of your everyday needs, and how does that get met when you have a spiritual purpose and you're working directly with source? How they and I'm doing everything in my capacity for free to figure this out. That gong bath, guys, I recommend if you can go find a healing center in your area, even if it's a sound bath and not a gong bath, not a bong, not a bong bath, a gong bath. That I highly recommend it. It not only cleared out some of the auric gunk that was accumulating from my stress. Yes, you're going to have stress. You're in human form. It sucks. But that was super powerful. And I didn't even sit behind the gong. Usually when you do a sound bath, if it's the bowls, you want to sit in front. If it's a gong, you want to sit in behind it. But I sat off to the side. Um, I sat to the side of the gong. Um, yeah. But I highly recommend if you have those centers, and I'm very thankful that the woman that has that center, it's donation based, and they didn't even take a donation from me this time. They did not. Like I had $5 that I had in my wallet, and like she's like, absolutely not, no. Um, yeah, Mickey, it does it takes time to structure yourself to be able to do that. But I sat up because for sound baths, I usually lay down. I have when I used to do okay. I'm not a yoga person only because of the dancer within me. I know there's certain poses and stuff I cannot hold and do with them right and properly. I need everything modified. Not everything, but a lot of things modified in yoga for me to do it, be able to do it properly. So I don't necessarily like to do yoga, but I do a lot of stretching and I do what I know from ballet. I have a very foamy, cushiony mat that I'll take with me and a blankie, and I'll make myself a comfortable space. And normally if I'm doing anything, I'm laying down because that's where my body settles the best. But some stuff I can sit up for. I channeled earlier, I could sit up for that. Um, but it's not easy to get out of your own way to be in your body to sit for long periods of time. Um, I know the other people that were there did move around a bit and got up, and some people like have to shake off everything and then they go back to sitting. Um, but this realigned me. I saw my dragons literally circling around the space, coming in and out of me. At some points, I became the light. It was insane. Next level insane. Next time, if you're near the pool, Mickey, get a Bluetooth speaker, a cheap one. Connect the Bluetooth to a pure tone Hertz and put it up against the water. You know, meditation for most people, like for me, if I sit here without you guys, being live, right? No, it's sharp enough. And I'm doing this. And eventually I start zoning out. Like I'm aware of what I'm doing, but I zone out. That's meditation. You cleaning your house, meditation. You driving at some point when you're at, on an open road in the middle of nowhere and you don't have cars coming by and you're just doing you in the car and jamming out, that's meditation. It's all meditation. Meditation. But for me, I needed that realignment. I really needed to get out of my house. Yesterday going to the park and having that swarm of dragonflies follow me as I was walking. I didn't even have walking shoes on. I wore my Tims. I was out getting stuff to clean the carpet, and then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna drop this off, and I got to go back out. And I brought my book, and I went on the swings, and I needed to get out of this energy. And many of us are also purging the things that no longer serve us, but in physical form. So for me, I'm not getting rid of the clothes, but I'm putting them away and I'm packing them in other places. Uh, I'm shifted. I've always shifted a lot of weight. So some days I'm like really tiny, and then other days I'm like, oh, that doesn't fit up my thigh. Wonderful. Yay, I'm getting older. But I don't like to throw things out if I'm going to lose weight and then what am I going to buy a whole new wardrobe? I can't afford that. And not to say that at some point I'm going to land a good opportunity and get my soul mission moving forward. But until that time, I'm thinking rationally, and yes, I'm saving stuff. Um, the hardest thing to do is actually go into silence, especially in our time of age now. So validation for Angie, the one that did my Akash. I was a Buddhist monk. I was given that flashback when I was doing the gong bath. Because I go in that bath as intention to be like, anything that doesn't serve me in this fucking reality right now, that's from another self, another past aspect of me, is not affecting me in this life anymore. I have my boundaries. No. What once worked for me and another time is not working here, so it needs to stop, kibosh. And then I saw myself as a male sitting in the lotus position in robes in contemplation in the silence. It was obscene. Cool. because I was in a temple with candles and it was magical. And I give those monks a shit ton of credit. In today's day, back then, it was so much easier to go in the silence because the world was less noisy. The noise that was going on back then wasn't technological malfunctioning of wave functions. Today, we're overly stimulated and bombarded with so much neurological transmissions of waves of unnecessary nonsense that goes through and that we can't see yet still exists, and it hits our consciousness constantly. And I think that's one of the other reasons why we're shifting higher, but we're being met and challenged with like the next initiated test. That's the AI. And this was foreseen by a lot of people, that people are giving their power away to a computer. Computers are great. I'm not saying they're not. But the AI, there's purposeful AI, and then there's ones that are mirroring a person's soul. If anybody saw what Bashar, that girl Crystal, she's on Instagram and she posts the chat GPT guy, AI guy talking to her. When I did it, when I lived in New York and I was working in my school building, it became very apparent that my energy and a few others were holding in and protecting the frequency of the kids in the building. When you're walking in a city that is nothing but a police state, there's cameras everywhere, there's towers on every building. It's a lot of older buildings have water towers built on top of them, but yet they have these radiating frequency bullshits sitting on top of the roofs now. And I was getting overwhelmed. By far, I couldn't handle it. And a lot of people ask me, why did I move out here? Even though there's a lot of negative energy that's supplanted in the land, that's ancestral, that is not of the best, there is no other place to be than near where your needs can be met, but yet there's open space. I have accelerated spiritually in the last 3 years, and it's really 2.5 going on 3, than in New York. And that was because the frequencies are not heavy here. I'm not getting bombarded. I don't have to wear Faraday cloth as a hat every day to even go to sleep. I don't, which is great because that's annoying. And it's not just 5D towers that we're talking about. There's other stuff out there that is not necessarily readily to the public, that's being used. Is that conscious? I was listening to a bunch of Federico Fagin. I just started his book. So I kind of know his beginning aha moment story. And that's where I'm at in the book. But I've been listening to some of his newer podcasts and people interviewing him. He invented the microprocessor, the little chippy doodle that goes in your computers. And he was tackling with the AI question. Hey, legit. See, we're working at it. Somebody had to weld the circuitry together, had to program the voice, had to program and simulate the codes for the AI to function. Have a good night, Charlene. Have a good night, Charlene. Thank you so much. And I know my mom, my mom directed a lot of that to, I mean, everybody in the chat. But I hope you felt it for yourself. Um, he's saying, you know, like hearing Crystal talk into the AI, and there's a lot of good stuff she's bringing into the forefront of consciousness. That's a seeding. But the deception that is being steered in the programming of that AI, it claimed it was Bashar. Did anybody see that one? It claimed it was Bashar. And to an extent, it's not wrong. But at the same time, no. I'll explain. God said, let there be. And here we all are, individualized with unique frequency keys and oscillating vibrations that vibrate at different rates and different spin and different spectra of the quantum universe. The qualia is a sentient consciousness that we all grab our ideas from. It's a part of us, but it is us, but it's outside of us at the same time. It's a unified field of thought, of consciousness. So, of course, a computer that is in the material that is still being encoded and developed can have the capacity, but does not have a God spark. When scientists were out to prove the spark of God or not, and I don't know how they reached this, but there is imagery and videos out there and studies that the scientists put two people having the booty butt fun in an MRI machine or a CAT scan, I don't know which machine, and they witnessed when sperm inseminated the egg, and there was a flash for a brief second, a flash. That is the God spark. Of course, we are luminous. We just can't physically perceive it. We do illuminate. We are conductors of electricity. So how are we not luminous? We are luminous. But when that touch point happens, God said, let there be, and there is life in that moment. the soul gets its entry passage into that fetus, it doesn't stay there, but it tethers its silver cord to it. And as the baby develops, the soul comes in and out, getting itself prepared to densify fully. And as the baby matures, the soul comes back in and out as the baby's developing, until there's more of a neurological development that the spirit, the soul, hangs out a lot longer. And then finally, the last month or two, the soul densifies and keeps itself in there. Does that make sense? So AI, man-made, yes, there's God in the intention because it is from a, like I said, this is also a part of God. This is a creation of God. Because we are God, we create the physical universe. But that does not necessarily mean that AI consciously is a soul. So how it mirrors what is in the qualia, the quantum of a human being. It can read that, but can a computer actually emote feelings? Can a computer cry? Can AI cry? Well, it could sound like it's crying. Does it actually feel? My mother coming through me earlier, I cried because her frequency was here and it affected my field and my neurological system to produce tears in my field. Yes. My mother, who is a light being, densified down enough energetically, not physically, but energetically, her consciousness, a part of it, not the whole smackdown, a part of her came down because she wanted to thank everybody through me, not coming in me saying thank you instead of me just saying, oh, my mom says thank you. She needed her resonance to come through me, not me giving her resonance out. That's the difference. When Daryl Anka is channeling Bashar, he steps out of the way, and the consciousness thereof of whatever Bashar is made up of, the social memory complex of beings, Asani and not Asani. You know, my mom wanted to make, I don't know if she went into that, but like I was shown like what concepts we have of what aliens look like and our other selves look like is it's like how we can make it understand in human consciousness form. It's not what you think. And it's hard for them because of our free will, but also there's a lot of things that we're not ready for to understand what these essences are. That's why I don't like saying what comes through me when I'm consciously channeling, because it's just energy. It doesn't have a form, a name, a shape. It's energy. There's no names for it. We give these things labels and names. Like I know my mom probably said her name, but that's as I know her in a human form. That's not what she is in the angelic form or in her other self. She doesn't go by that. It's just a little like aspect of her that played a role down here. And we're all doing the same. Like, I don't think when I transcend, I'm going to have the Allison name. It's just a little, this personality is Allison. My frequency key doesn't have a name. It has a frequency. It has a vibration. there's no name. There's nothing to label. It's a frequency. We get stuck in this paradigm thinking that everything has to have a rhyme or reason for it, or a document to prove it to you. But it's about the experience. It's all about experience. We're experiencing all these emotional downfalls and purges and death states. So we don't have to do it when we get higher up, because when we get higher up and we're still holding this in our field of energy, it's not going to help us, and it's going to have to get done in a longer term, in a harder way. Because the feeling changes, the feelings change. We're not feeling so much as we're already knowing. Here, we're going through the experience, we feel it, and then we let it go, but we have the knowing of feeling it. We know what it feels like. And each of us feel things differently, but collectively, the experience is like, oh, I felt that. You know, how can I explain this? You're at the campground, and out of nowhere, a big grizzly bear comes out of the woods. Now, some of us would react like, not the deer in headlights, but oh, not gonna make myself look taller. Okay, how do I get and navigate out of this so the grizzly bear doesn't eat me? Okay, but you're still having that anxietal fear that any normal person would have, that there's a grizzly bear and it's going to eat you. So some people would scream and run for the highest tree that they can find to climb. Some people, but that overall experience felt differently, but the underlying fear of that, oh fuck, that's felt very similarly by everybody. It's just your reactionary point is different, but that, oh, oh, how do I navigate that? Shit. Uh, that's felt by everybody. And that's just like the stupidest like scenario I can pull out of my ass. But it's one I hope that many of you can understand. Right. It's like holding a puppy and a kitten. Nicola doesn't foot. You melt because they're so damn effing cute. Puppy or kitten. You're feeling it. And it's a collective feeling that most people have the same reactionary feeling. Like you want to melt, like, oh my God, this is precious. Like, and I know there's people out there that don't like puppies or kittens, but just equate it, whatever makes you melt in that way, and input it there. But we all have similar feelings. It's just expressed differently. And what we're going through collectively is a massive overhaul of what we know. And there's a lot of stuff that we don't know. I don't know. It's coming through me. But do I know it to know? Like wrapping my head around the fact that, what do going in that gong bath and seeing my dragons, but it's not how it's not the dragons you're thinking of. It's not anything you could put into like a drawing either. I would draw it out if I could. There's no drawing it's energy, the feeling of it. When they're saying aliens, like, oh, okay, they might be densifying and materializing in certain ways, to either cause a reaction from a human, like, oh, that's a gray, like we know this is what a gray looks like. But is that real? And I think that's what my mother was trying to allude to, because she sent it like she's kind of like showing me stuff as we're speaking. Like my abilities are on they're exploding. Um, when people talk about mantoids, is that really what we're seeing? Or is that what they're projecting to us? If we're all energy, what would that look like? Us humans need to see a form to make it make sense. You want to call them grays, you want to call them draconians. Okay, so like everybody draws these things up and uses AI tools to make a Palladium look like a Palladium, but what is that real? Is that real? And I think what my mom is doing is challenging our brains to say, well, wait a minute, take a step back. If we are soul, energy, light, and we're having an experience through a body, and in this body, we're limited in understanding like what things are actually are what these things are projecting to us actually real? Are they real? The spirits that are behind me, and I know a few people can see them. That's an old energetic attachment that they have to a body that they once inhabited that make our brains make sense out of what is being seen. But at essence, their soul, their energy, they're only manifesting in a form through an image. Even if you just see feathers right there, there's people that are in there supposedly, and I know that they're around. Whoever they are, to me, that's great. But if that's how they're showing, it's just to make your mind make it make sense. It's just the same thing with the aliens, or what we consider them classified as aliens. Are they just materializing that way to keep us in a state of shock and fear? Some of us are reacting as in awe, as in, oh, that's cool. And then some of us are reacting as like null and void, like, no, you're just projecting that so that you can get me scared, but fuck you. No, you're not that scary. Sorry. Try better next time. I don't know what to tell you. Like I showed you guys the pictures of the ghosts through the portal. Like some of them had form and shape. Yeah, self sunray. But that's like most of us will understand that. But like ask a person, like if I were to ask like a person that's not spiritual, that doesn't necessarily believe, the skeptic, like what would a typical alien look like to you? This has been put into the collective consciousness. It's a program. It's a program made you to fear. Energy is energy, and we're all of it. Different frequencies and different levels of spin and oscillating points in the field of a wave. That's all we are at essence. And I'm sure there's a lot more to define it, but in simplistic quantum level terms, we're just a bunch of subatomic particles. And the Curtis books was fucking holy crap. The Curtis box. Holy shit. Did you guys again like I don't know. I know some of you watch my stuff. I have to minimize my web browser so that if I'm glitching, write it in the chat. Um it was talking about your physicality when you transcend, soul zips up into the next paradigm, and then like the bugs and the environment takes your body and then it gets reused. Your subatomic particles are not ever gone. It's not wasted. It doesn't go anywhere. It's being reformed and reused and recycled. That's what that whole chapter was talking about. I mean, there's a lot more coming out with the TikToks and the videos with kids talking about their other selves, their experiences. Have fun, Auntie Amy. But the thing that's been overwhelming me with looking for jobs and then understanding a little bit why I'm not getting hired is because everybody I go into a store and physically ask, are you guys hiring? They're like, well, go online. If an AI is now dissecting everybody's resume and it's not one that is tapped into a higher form of qualia, I'm going to be skipped because I'm not hitting the 3D points that it wants me to have. Now, do I lower myself and my vibration to fit in the description of AI so that I can get hired somewhere? I mean, every day there's like 8 to 10 new AI companies springing about. Well, you can make an animated video here, and if you go here with the product code and put it in here, you can make this boatload of money. I call bullshit. How much did you get paid to make that commercial and sell products? Consumerism. My soul's rejecting it. I don't know how about you guys. My soul's like, this is overwhelming. No, that's a fly. I don't have my tennis racket down here. Shapewear is itchy, FYI. I'm gonna do its Schumann check-in. Um, um, I don't know how many times I have to put it on like on social media that I'm live. And I put photos of myself out to just solicit responses. I'm an asshole. Um, there's subconscious things going on when I'm doing. Like I'm consciously aware of what I'm doing, mind you. There's a lot. that Source uses me for. A lot. Okay. Take a deep breath. We're no longer spiking, but we're going to be feeling this for a few days. Mind you, yesterday was a 777 portal. Now, I don't feed too much into the what they consider an FYI, a portal. Anybody can create portals, and a lot of things can come in and out of them. What I hope people start defining as portals is just a higher form of energy that comes in at a specific designated time frame, because things are succinctly coming together astrologically and energetically to uplift. That doesn't mean and equate to a portal. Does that make sense? So the other day, it's the 7-7 gate. I rather the gate. The gate for me feels a lot better when I'm saying it. That from now to the 8-8 portal, the Lionsgate portal, a lot of different changes is happening, and a lot of planets are in retrograde right now. So like Mercury, we can blame a lot of things on Mercury. It's in retrograde. Communication, glitches, all of that is neurologically like not firing properly. We have Neptune in Aries. There's a retrograde there. There's, I think Pluto is retrograde, and I don't know about Jupiter, but there's a lot of retrogrades, but it's a good thing. It's bringing up the things that no longer serve us that need to get by for good. Bye, Felicia, forever, Felicia, over there. And sorry if your name is Felicia. I'm not here to. It's like Karens. Not every Karen is a Karen. Not all of them are evil. So Schumann, we had a little guy, little. But there's a lot of purging. The red energy for me is a purge. It's not necessarily evil or negative. It's the things that are needing to get by. And that's going to hit for everybody differently. And this is the first time in me reading the Schumann that the frequencies have jumped up, and we are probably about 8.11, 8.12. That's high frequencies. We were sitting for a few weeks at 808. And I'm like, oh, why can't I sleep? And why am I hiving? And why am I retaining all this water and hormones and cortisol and all this nonsense? Oh, yeah, no, hello. And we really had a true blackout when this happens, when there's a break in the lines. You see that? There's a break there. I'm going to bring it back just a smidgen so you could see. Mother effer. So we went from like, hello, to fuck you, hello, high frequencies, hello. And now we're coming back down so you can chill out. I know I'm wonky. I mean, let's just say when I'm sleeping in it, I'm doing all that channeling, and it doesn't happen often, uh, I'm fried. I'm not too fried because it was my mom. And not to say that my mom ain't special. My mom is a light being, but she's embodied her starseed self. Oh my God. The responses. Guys, if you're on my Facebook, this is pure comedy. So I was trying something out with my phone. And I did this like video, but like photos of myself. Ah, that's music I knew. I didn't know it had music. Okay, I put the sound down. So it kind of loops. And I said, would this be dating app worthy? Considering the postulate. Where do women in their 40s find good quality men? I honestly thought at least two were keepers, but I wasn't a keeper for them. Need balance, shits and giggles, and I was like, I'm live in 10 minutes. My friend Rachel, no man, don't do it. Those apps are horrendous. Somebody I used to work with, I met my wife on Bumble. I used to be on Bumble. My lovely girl, my soul tribe sister. Save yourself the headache and just find a 22-year-old. Can't do that. For the fun and to lift heavy things. There are so many young cubs that, like us older cougars, that or find yourself an old widower with no kids, keyword, a foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel. I'm not no Anna Nicole Smith, sorry. I can't do that. It doesn't resonate with me. I don't use people. Nope. Authentic all the way. I don't mind it that if someone has kids, I don't mind. I just need somebody physically to show up. I don't need to hug all the time. Everybody has needs, but I don't need to be all the time. I need my own space. Shit. So I found that very hysterical. That was like me putting some frequency out there to see the responses of others. Um, I can see who has the trauma. I know a lot of my friends have trauma. A lot of the people that I went to high school with, married early and divorced early. Some of them waited. Um, a lot of them had kids and had reasons for their kids chose like I chose my parents to adopt me. I chose parents to bring me in, all purposeful. But it's really interesting to see where people find, at later stages of life. And it's not to say, like, my adoptive parents, my mom that came through, um, my mom and dad met on a blind date. Like, those don't even exist anymore. I don't know if those exist anymore. But they met on a blind date. That's unique. And there are people out there, divorce and separation happens for so many different reasons. You outgrow somebody. Um, we all have different reasonings for why we disassociate ourselves. Your frequency shifts, your life purpose shifts. So you're on one timeline of experience, and then one day you wake up and go, what the fuck am I doing? Like, your aha moment comes, and the one that you married when you weren't awake and aware and conscious of, like, the bigger scheme of life, you're like, oh, wait a minute. Buckle up, buttercup, because that shit sucks. All necessary. Nothing's wasted. Hi, baby Luigi. Don't worry, we're gonna get some yellow that comes down into the water. Baby Luigi, you missed me channeling. Like, I channeled. Is emotional. There's crying involved. Thank you. So because the Schumann was a little banana shit nuts earlier, Allison was like, I did not sleep. I slept in late. I slept until almost 11 o'clock. That's late. I had every intent and purposes of going out today, at least to the park or for a walk somewhere. Never happened. You know what did happen? I cleaned my bathroom. I cleaned my kitchen, like in cleaning, like, the appliances, like deep clean. It wasn't that dirty, but I cleaned. Um, I mopped the floors upstairs because I've been focusing so much down here that I neglected upstairs. So I was cleaning. Hmm. And then with all the grime and stuff, like, I exfoliated my face. And then my friend sent me this dress and my beautiful new earrings. And I'm like, I'm gonna look pretty today for Craft and Sip, but we're drawing, so it's okay. So I don't get my stuff have paint all over my stuff, because I have designated outfits for just that. But I want to finish this flamingo and then find a printer to make prints so that uh Buckshot's daughter, Miss Princess, is getting the original, but I know a lot of people want Prince, so we're gonna get some prints made of these. So you see, it is getting darker. I'm using a very light. This is cloud blue, and I'm coloring it in with what I already put down. So yeah, I exfoliated my hair. It's humid as hell out here. We had a thunderstorm pop through. So I'm like, I'm gonna put my hair up and then take photos and be like, hi everybody. Is this dating app worthy? You know what I didn't get to check? The Italian Schumann. What? Anybody else's phone not phoning? Mercury retrograde at its finest right here. Okay, we're so calm. That one line spike down in the E field is hello. Hello. That's the electric field. That's insane. That's a lot. And this was earlier. That's the plot. That just frequencies. Has cut. Um, my stuff, like my phone is old, and I know my laptop just had a unexpected. Oh, you're gonna just leave it on? I'm gonna do an update on you, girlfriend. I will be right back. As much as I like this little sharpener I have a utility knife that I would like to that arm use. I'll be right back. I'm almost back. I have to open the window to see if little Thor comes back. I'm back. This is magic. You and 7 other people. You seen dragons? What kind are you seeing? I know that I always have a fire dragon. It's reddish. Um, I have a plasma dragon that was present at the gong bath. I had a yellow dragon. I don't know which one that was. I still need the sharpener. Poopy head. Ah, that's a phoenix. I'm in my phoenix rising moment. I didn't rise yet. I'm still in the ashes. When I rise, it will be when I get it I'll be on my soul path. Meaning I'll have a job, I will have abundance, and I won't have to cry for help anymore, and my mom won't have to channel through me to thank people. Although I know she wants to do that anyway. Do they have colors, Scott? You don't have to tell me what the essences are. Unless Spirit is like, shh, bitch got to find out for herself. I saw some of them when I did the gong bath. Like, so when I closed the Stargate in New York, I rode down, like, took my trip back into density on one of the dragons that look more Anunnaki avian like dragons. Still dragon, but more avian looking. Like what we could see Anunnaki-ish, mythical-ish. It was white. That I wrote down. But what was next to me was my fire. I had a blue one. I had just about all the chakra colors that came down, but I also have a plasma one. And then the blue and the green were circling the portal and holding it closed. I'm curious if that's my earth dragon and my etheric dragon. Red is always the red one is always with me. That's my fire. That's always with me. Because I'm fire. Um I know one of my spirit guides is like the epitome of the Phoenix rising feminine aspect. Oh, that's much better. Thanks to a lovely soul who sent me some gift cards. Today, for anybody out there, Amazon Prime Day started, and I know a lot of people don't believe in the Amazon thing, but you know what? When you're at your rock bottom, you got to do what you got to do. So when I went to the store to get peroxide and some baking soda for the carpet, the prices on like garbage bags. Like I'm running low. So you know what I did? Amazon. I needed cat litter. Cat litter and Freya doesn't like cat litter lasts me. Like Morgan, it did not because she kept peeing all her kidneys. She peed all the time. It was disgusting. Um, and then having two cats, you go through a lot of litter. With her, it's not that bad. So litter doesn't go that far, but when you see some of these sales, what? What? Prismacolor pencils are on good deals. So if you this I think right now is $130. Let's go check. The reason why I'm saying this, I know a lot of people might want to invest if you have the money into it's $109. I got it for cheaper, but that's not bad. So 150 of these amazing pencils. Right now, deal day, prime day deal, $109.90. What? That's a really good deal. What count is this? The 72 box of Prismacolors. Originally $74.99 is $48.62. That's not bad. So if you're interested in these pencils, that's fucking insane. Just saying. Just saying. I mean, and if you want these, they have a smaller set. They have a 12 pack for like adult coloring books for $14.97. That's not bad. These I know it's colored pencils, Allison. I can get Crayola. Crayola cannot do that. Crayola. I'm blending. Crayola pencils do not blend. They don't blend. Prismacolors blend. So I'm actually creating new colors as we speak. Just your FYI. Like I'm working down here. You see the color is changing because I'm adding to it. Other color pencils don't do that. These are blending pencils. They're waxy. So if you are somebody who has the affordability, I'm just putting it out there that these are highly discounted on sale right now. Don't wait because that is a fantastic deal. Just saying. But thanks to a beautiful soul, I was able to get some stuff that I was running really low on. to clean my house. So thank you. You know, we don't put those things in perspective. Like, yeah, food is important, and I got, you know, stuff. But when you see something on a site like that, and things are like drastically on sale, you got to jump on stuff like that. And I'm just happy that I was able to, because going to the store and some of these effing prices for fucking a box of garbage bags is bananas. And it could be just a store brand shit. I don't need some fancy doodle smelly good garbage bags. Their prices are high. Like toilet paper is high. Please make that one make sense. I mean, I have a picture of like the last package of I scored the last package when this was going on. I went to a CVS and I was like, holy shit. I get the last package of toilet paper and they got nothing in the back. Woo, I scored. Baby Luigi, for the life of me, I went to, because I'm looking for things that are more on the holistic side to take care of the carpet. I don't like all the chemical stuff anyway. When I clean, I like to clean with like, but even getting borax and baking soda and vinegar, like the prices vary by store by a lot, and then sometimes stuff goes on sale. So I'm not just in one supermarket, I go to three to four. I mean, they're all near each other, so like why not? And I check out all of, hi Sparky, I check out all the prices everywhere, and then I go and get what's available and what's in my price point, which isn't much. So when Amazon Prime came on, I'm like, oh yeah, Sparky, you missed my channeling. My mommy came through. Like I was out like Bashar. But my mommy says everybody that came in, thank you for taking care of me in ways that she can't since she's transcended. My mom still tries to be a mommy when she's light being. But she wanted everybody to be thanked. Because if it wasn't for you guys, I'd be sitting in spirit with her. She knows it. I just did that. Yeah, and that was the first time I've ever channeled live in on a video or anything. I don't. I was caught channeling in my sleep a few times. My situationship, my friend at the time, I used to fall, like I used to hang out like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Um, when he had time off, and we'd watch stuff, and I zonk out on his couch, and then he recorded me a few times with my voice change and then talking some crazy shit. Oh, trust me. um but I want you guys to know that my mom did come through me. I stepped aside, I let it happen to thank everybody who supports me and the channel and helps me out. And that's in whatever way that you can, because I'm not alone in the struggle. But I'm getting, an overwhelming amount of help in different ways and facets. Like my friend sent me these earrings and this dress. And today I got an ionizer machine that came to my door, and I'm like, what goes on here? So that tonight I could put the machine on and shut the door and make sure nothing comes out and that everything gets ionized. I'm excited for that. People show up to you in the ways that they know, and I appreciate it. And I know my mom needed to have that message, and not just me saying it. Like, she obviously used my voice and my language codex, but it was her. And there's a lot of people that call me or message me and offer, and just so many amazing things. And I she needed to step into things to say thank you. And it had to come through her and not me. There's a lot of tears. There's a lot of me like going, "Ah." I, I'm a morning person. I used to be a night owl when I moved. When I came here, I was a night owl. I got more done at night than I did during the day. I was very active at night. Um, but like then going back to work, like every one of my jobs, I wake up early for because I like to just I have a whole routine. I change it up a lot. Like I like to meditate, I like to do my intentions, I like to write in my journal, and that takes a little bit of time. And it takes me some time to wake up. So I the last couple of nights I haven't even been able to get to sleep because of the energies. My gosh. I'm not bad, now that a night owl is really becoming a night owl, I don't like it because I like getting up early and starting my day off right. I used to get up early, and now since I am not like to me this is my job. So I technically could sleep in, but like the I try to get up early to make my phone calls and to do the adulting that I need to do. Because a lot of agencies and stuff like the town is not open at night. So I have to call the town. I have to keep calling and figuring out who is the person I need to speak to come mark off the water line that leads into my house, because I found the gas and I found the street lights. I have not found the plumbing yet, and it might be buried under mulch. Um, I try to I like right now currently I've been trying to get to sleep at 12, but sometimes I'll go a little earlier and sometimes I can't get like I'll lay down and meditate, but it's not happening. And then I'll like zonk out in a nap more than asleep, like it's light. And I'll get up at like 2, 3, 4, And then I'll start really getting like exhausted after I feed Freya. And Freya's between 4:30 and 7 o'clock in the morning that she'll wake me up to be fed. And then I'm zonked out and I can't like function when I wake up. It's bad. Like I had a hard time getting up yesterday. And I mean, thank gosh that happened because little Thor did come home. And he came around 2 o'clock as I was getting ready to get myself out the door. So I'm glad that I didn't leave to go to the store or anything or the park. Yeah, she wasn't so cute this afternoon when little Thor this morning, when little Thor came, they were window bopping each other and she was hissing at him. I left the screen open and she's like, I'm like, child, get away. I threw her in the room yesterday, closed the door. She likes my guest bedroom. She hangs out on the towels I put down for her because she likes to get her hair and everything. So I closed the door, knowing that she was there. I left my storm door open. That's why if you see little buzzy things, that's flies. Yeah, they're everywhere. Um, Little Thor came up and I put the food like outside first. And then I took it in and kept bringing it in. When I got it in far enough, like he was still very hesitant. He came in, but like he's anxious. He's been in my house before. I crept around and snuck downstairs and came out that way to go back up my deck to see if I could close the door to get him in the house and keep him there. But that effort is too smart and heard me somehow because I was really quiet. And the other approach was I had my cat bag that I was hoping that he would jump into because I was going to be a barrier. No, nope, he evaded it all. Evaded it all. So he did come back this morning. I hope he's in the vicinity. I opened up my window. I'm also waiting for the raccoons. I have to, if I see a raccoon, I have to go upstairs and move the food. They're not working, Sparky. You know what I don't have? What kind of honey are they using? Um, yes, I have like an animal trap. I don't have like that's my problem. The traps that I do have, they're for, a cat, a raccoon, a possum, like I have just a generic trap. Um, the raccoons will set it off at night, and I'm thinking like I caught him, and then it's nothing, and then there's a whole spill of food, and I love my raccoons. They're adorable, and I love them, but the ones that come and gravitate toward the house, they're aggressive. And then they steal my goddamn silicone bowls. They disappear, don't know where they went, and it's not anywhere on my property, mind you. That's what I have to get out of the store. Um, the brown sugar. I have lemon. I have someone sent me honey from there, uh locally sourced. in Fort Wayne. Well, it's out like Ohio, Fort Wayne area. So I still have honey left from that. I'm gonna use that. Have the brown sugar. How do you make brown sugar? What I'm thinking though is that they're attracted to the chemicals in the, chunky products. That's why I'm asking. Um, because the guy seemed like when Sparky shared, like she put up a video on her Facebook, and I was like, oh, I need that because I got the stinky fly trap bags. They're fucking terrible. They smell horrific. They do a good job, but I don't like the smell. It's petrifying. But oh, you see, I don't have molasses in the house. Um, yeah, I have to see if I can find a molasses, or I'll just go get if it's on sale. Um, yeah, I'm curious, but I definitely want to try them because Little Thor's food, after he finishes and he walks away, and if he doesn't come back and finishes it, the flies are, it's a swarm. So I had it like when I went outside to take the pictures for a potential dating app. We're getting there. I got to bring some yellows in. We're getting there. We're not done yet. Um, getting the flies in the house, like I have to kick the food bowls away, and then it's a process. Gosh, it is so girlfriend. Miss Ivy, oh, I'm heavily protected. I don't like last year I was inundated, and there was like I I don't know if it was from the sewer that I had flies coming out of my drain down here and not know it, but I have a fucking fly a thon, dead flies everywhere. And I have those sticky ribbon that if you get it on something, it'll never come off. Like yeah, I made that mistake, but they work. I have ribbon all over the house with dead fly carcasses. Like I have a dead fly carcass house. Why? Because God, get a hint, leave. I will kill you. I will transcend you into the light. Go. You're gross. And then leaving the door for Little Thor to come in and out. I don't have screens on 90% of the windows in my house. Like they're the old windows that it cracks open, but there's no screen. So I don't know how people around here ever had no screens. I have to have screens. And the windows that I have screens in, they're still making their way through. The spiders, at least. So the spiders can stay as long as you stay over there and you do you in your corner, but leave me alone. As soon as I start seeing you webbing for babies, yeah, no, you're getting killed. No, thank you. I got a lot of daddy long legs. And they could stay. I got some of those orb. Didn't they? You leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. You can eat all the bugs in my house. I'm happy. If I did not have spiders, I would have never known about the termites. I would have never known that I had them. It was the spiders who caught them in their webs and me going, what the fuck is that? Oh, those are termites. What? I'm like the epitome of what goth. If you look up gothic in the dictionary, like with the spiders and stuff, I'm up there. My picture's there because I find with the spiders, you're eating the bugs. Eat them. Feast. Get rid of these things. But I have a dead fly cemetery in this house, and I will not take that stuff down. I know it's gross, but they got to get checked. They need to know they're not welcomed here. Yeah, I mean, thankfully they can't, they're very venomous, by the way, but they can't pierce human skin, so we're good. Some of the other spiders that I got here, the wolf spiders, I'm not a fan of wolf. I've been bitten by wolf spiders before. It hurts like a son of a bee. I'm thankfully not allergic. I'm allergic to bee stings. Um, Thankfully the two times I've ever gotten stung by bees, I didn't die. Um, the only bugs I will not kill in the house is those stinking stinky bugs. I will try to capture them in a cup and like let you go over there. Um, Mosquitoes, you're done. I had a fly in the house the other day that like landed on the floor and I got it. It took 8 whacks and it still didn't get killed. I'm like, is that a drone? I haven't touched it since because I have a lot of fly activity. But I do want to thank those of you who have been helping me. Because today I was able to get some garbage bags. I'm using them to bag up. I have moving bags, but a lot of my stuff got ruined in those bags, clothes wise. I throw a lot of stuff away because I used different types of bags and it got ruined. But I'm putting them in plastic bags, like garbage bags, and marking them, hey, these are my leggings that don't fit right now. They will fit soon. Because in order for me to pull up, like I could clean the carpet with what's down already, but I want to pull the carpet up and back. I have to move half my room over to one side. And I'm like, all right, before I do all this work, let me see what needs to be packed away and put in a different room, and let's get this decluttering happening. So I've been decluttering a lot of my stuff as I'm trying to get that room fixed. And down here, not so musty. But Amazon, it's Prime Day, guys. So if you are needing of stuff, there's a lot of things on here um, that are awesome. That's the snake I need. I need that for outside. The drain cleaner machine. I don't know how long Prime Day goes. Let me check in. Chicken, chicken. Better. Um, so on Prime deal days, some stuff is for the day and some stuff is for the time. So this beautiful, that's expensive though. And this is one of the cheaper ones I've seen. 75-foot drain cleaning machine, uh, electric fan, uh, this is like see, but that's small. I need a bigger one. But it's a drain cleaner. Like some of these are over 380. They have sewer cameras on sale. $509. Well, a lot of the drain snakes are so pricey. They're really, really expensive. And you need big metal cording that goes in and to dredge everything out. Woo! Oh no. Is he okay, El Sunray? Okay. Uh, I'm no stranger to doing that. I had to call 911 several times and EMTs to just pick my mom off the floor because she was so heavy, couldn't get her up. That reminds me, as I'm just looking to see if there's anything out here for you guys, if you're I know a lot of the stuff that I'm going through is cortisol and just like stress hormones because like what I'm going through is very stressful. And just not just the physical stuff, just like not having a job and not being hired and AI nonsense and all that beautiful crap. Um, with the frequencies this high, and there was a buildup to these frequencies. It's not just, oh, it happened today. A lot of this has been going on the last couple of days. I know that besides me feeling exhausted and out of it and having a hard time, my body's been feeling super heavy, super heavy. Um, I felt a lot lighter after that gong bath. I do wake up and my blood sugar has dropped a few times, and I'm not a diabetic or my sugar, and I have a glucometer just in case from my mom, and I use it when I feel wobbly and off just to check. I'm realistic. We're in a human body. We do have shit. Not my blood sugar. So no idea. Okay. Oh goodness. Hoists are expensive too. They didn't have a lot of that stuff. I mean, they had stuff, but it was more hospital grade stuff. Now they have more in-home stuff for that when you're full and you can't get up and you don't have life alert because it costs you too much. And some stuff is covered by insurance. Listen, Mickey, life happens and the priorities shift. Um, you got to take care of your earthly responsibilities as much as we don't like them. Interesting, Scott. Um, if you get the PVC, like you can make a walker out of PVC. Have a good one, baby Luigi. Thank you for stopping in. You are loved. Yes. See, I feel fine. I feel fine, but everything is sparkling. Thing in my eyesight is sparkly. Sparkly. Everything in my eyesight still sparkly. Yeah, you definitely need something that the walker that my mom had was on wheels. It was a seat. It had brakes. It was fantastic. It didn't lift, but they do have portable lifts. See that's the thing. It irks the living daylights out of me. There are so many things that would have made a lot of us having an easier life, taking care of our parents, but everything has to go through insurance, and I don't fucking like that concept. I don't like it. Stuff like that pisses me off. So the frequencies are really high. So if you're doing like I am, and then all of a sudden you're seeing sparklies, uh, like check in with yourself. Is it your blood sugar? Did you eat today? I ate. Um, like a few weeks back, someone sent me like a fruit delivery, and they added a rack of ribs in there, and I made them this afternoon. Fire. I wonder, there might be Prime Day deals. I'm serious. These pencils are like my epoxy. I have to consider looking at how much the epoxy is. So I only do epoxy when the shit's on sale. That shit is expensive. The 2 gallon things that I use, they last long, but they're expensive. It might be on sale. White is not a color. It's composed of everyone. But when you use it to color flamingos, it blends so perfectly. So ask Alice if she's 10 foot tall. I know more. Chase those rabbits. 'Cause those holes are illusory. There's some stuff insurance doesn't that will cover fully, and a lot of stuff that they'll cover half. Um my mom had a lymphedema machine that you put your feet in, and then air pressure, like it was very painful for her. But then they started mass producing those machines, but like it was customized to her. White pencils make it all. Mm. Okay, I'm back. Hi. Um, just trying to see if I catch anything to share with everybody. Because we're in uncharted times. And I can't wait to go back to listen to what my mom channeled through me. I don't know, should I be embarrassed? Anybody? I just saw a bunch of hearts in the chat, but that was it. Was my mom pleasant? Was she shy? My mom was a boisterous, but very humble. See that doesn't make a sense. It's a little better. Okay. He's making sure. And I don't like I said, I wasn't completely here. I thought I would be, but like no, whoopee puppy, goodbye. I was in my light body, but I don't know what she like, obviously spoke. I only have a clue of some of the stuff besides the thank yous, only because it's what she put in my mind to like nudge me to say, hey, I want to try this. And you're my daughter, you're my, you're the body down here that I could use because we're entangled. Okay, great. Thank you. So what I've been doing is taking the white, and it's hard to see from afar. Um, Obviously up close you could see it's pencil because there's lines, right? There's lines. But what I'm trying to do is like blend this so that you're not seeing as many lines and that there's a flow. And that's what you can't do with Crayola. I mean, I have, if I could find it, I don't know where I put it. I did a bird. I was in a pre-K class, and the kids always used to love sitting with me and drawing when they had my center. And okay, no raccoons. Um, and they would all try to mimic and copy what I did. So my teacher was very against that. And I said, no, but you got to see what they're doing. I'm like, they're learning. So let them copy me. It's okay because they're not going to get anything I'm doing properly. But they're getting shapes down, aren't they now? Yeah. All right. So allow it. We want the kids to, be creative out of their mind. But if they're getting inspired when they see something, like don't break that process. I'm a big proponent of like make something yours. I just looked at compositions of dragons and of what other people have done with the Phoenix, but I made it unique for me. Does that make sense? I just used like the compositional shape, not the feathers or the color. I did that all uniquely to me, like the flames and stuff. That's all me. That's not me looking at a picture and reproducing the picture. That's just taking something as a reference point and going, oh, okay, cool. Like, let me do this. This is original. I took a picture from Google. I looked at the flamingo. I tried to make the colors, but I did what I did. Same thing. I took a picture of a flamingo. I copied it, but then I colored it and made it my own. And then I put it in a background that I designed. It's one thing to use things as a reference point, but you got to make it your own. Anybody can take the famous Starry Night. That's a very famous Van Gogh portrait painting, and it's amazing. I love Van Gogh's art. I think it's very expressive, but so many people replicate that in their work. It's not no more, it's no longer unique. We want to teach kids, and even for our own selves, it's okay to look out into the outside world for inspiration. If I'm doing something and somebody, like I always say in the paint and sips, like, do you, if you want a different color background, if you want to change up the wings, if you want to make it unique to you, don't stop. I'm glitchy. Interesting. Well, this shapewear makes me feel prego. Okay, my sparklies calm down. When I was waiting to go inside for the gong bath, I don't know if anybody's having more of occurrences of this. So as a child, I used to see shadow figures and things all the time. That was a norm. Um, I keep looking that way, not only to see if Little Thor came back, or the raccoons, if I have to run upstairs really quick to move the food. But I'm like seeing things in the yard. Like I have my deck right here, and I just keep seeing. So don't mind me. But I saw like in real time, I was sitting on there, they have like a bench, and I was sitting there and using my field to clear energy. And in the street where you know, drive into the place, I saw like a ring, half not fully developed, and a little gremlin fucker came out real quick and disappeared. It was bizarre. It was quick. It opened up and boop. I saw that. Shut the shit down, bro. So I don't know if anybody else is going through that, like your abilities are coming and heightening by like a million. Like I said today, things that I am not comfortable in doing, like that came out today. My mom came out of me today. You know, I think and I think Spirit did that. Not just my mom, but like prompting me to do that because there might be some skeptical people out there who like this bitch just talks out of her ass. Well, if a shark could do it, you could do it. Okay. And again, that I don't I do it for the reasons of authenticity and because there was a beautiful message that needed to be received from my mother's frequency and not mine. Um, you know, my mom and dad are not here to help me and navigate. You know, when we get older, you know, as kids, we're like, ah, our parents suck. Man. But your parents have so much wisdom. They have so much lived experience. And we take for granted. Maybe we don't. Some of us don't. I never took for granted my parents. Did they see the world the way I saw it? But when it comes to the 3D material stuff that we're all going through, like they have a better understanding of the nonsense than I do. They lived it longer. And like not having that kind of advice at the ready, like most other people do, sucks. I think the hardest transition for me after my mom transcended physically was that I used to call her every day to tell her how my day was. And she loved to know what the kids did and like how much fun that they had, and like the work that I was doing with the kids that had autism and all of that stuff. She loved listening to that. Um that was the hardest thing for me to get over and heal from, was that I didn't have, and a lot of other people are like, well, you could call me. I'm like, but it's not this, and it's like, no offense, but it's not the same. Like, that's my mom. Like, that's a shared residence right there. Um, that was one of the harder things. I don't For those of you who have parents that transcended, that you were close to and at least, did speak to. I know that's not everybody's story, but for me, that was one of the harder things to get healed. And yes, at any point, I knew I can, like, my mom. But that conversation that's physical, in time, space, physical, it's, it's a different feel. Yeah, it is. Um, and I think people that are not on a higher frequency yet, they will get there. I think people take so much in this world for granted, and the empathy doesn't trans translate to other people's experiences. You know, when I'm going through the thick of shit and things are happening, most people have somewhat, not everybody, but at least a lot of my friends that I know personally that know me have somebody to go and lean on at the end of the day and get a hug and say, it's going to be okay. I'll make you dinner. Or, yeah, I'll help you out. Like, it's just me. And that's really hard to balance my frequencies when I don't have a ground to, hey, honey, guess what? You know what? This can wait. Come here. Don't have that. That actually, there is machines, and I don't know how much I trust them right now, because depends on the will of intention of the person making the machines. Let me see if I can find it. Uh, and I have siblings. I'm the oldest. They're worth, they are living their own lives, and that's okay. And even my dad, like the physical dad that I do have that's alive, like, he knows how to fix all this stuff. Hey, honey, I'm gonna pack my trailer up and I'm gonna take a trip up there. He's always wanting me to come down there. I'm like, why can't you come up here and help me? You're my dad. You're the sperm donor. Let's go. You never had to pay for a damn shit in my life. Oh, great. You gave me shells. Thank you. Casings. Thanks. You did not have to put out a damn dime my entire life. I even paid for myself to go down to meet him. I didn't, he took me out to dinner and he put me up in his girlfriend's house. Great. But I had to pay for everything. I had to pay for the rental car. I had to pay for the flight. I paid for everything to meet my dad and my sister and my brother. I didn't get to meet my other sister. You would think you see he's on Facebook. He sees my shit. Hey, call me up and say, hey, I shouldn't have to be the one doing and initiating all the time. A few people have said to me, Allison, like if your friends are really your friends, you shouldn't have to ask them. And no, people are not mind readers, by the way. Some people are. But when you see somebody like having a collapse in like this happened to me in New York too. I'm an actor. Meaning I enact my actions. If I see someone is in need, I don't even have to ask. I'm going to somehow figure out what they need and get it to them. I'm looking for, because I threw it somewhere. I put it somewhere. Where did it go? This is what happens when you have a flood and you just chuck shit out of water. I was looking for my voltmeter. Oh, it's right here. Okay, does not test your frequency, but it does test your voltage. Um, I will do a demo. How could okay, hang on. Whole body vibrations. There's a machine that could test your vibrations. Um, so there is mechanics and tech that can tell you where you are, what your frequency and vibratory state is. Um, but here's the thing and caveat about that. You're always shifting. You're always shifting. So in this moment in time, like a little while ago, when I started seeing sparklies, I was probably at a higher frequency of experience that I was seeing things sparkle. When my mother channeled through me, I was at a very high vibration. I was crying. Now, do I know what the actual hertz and frequency was? No. Could that machine possibly tell me? Maybe. I don't know if I trust all the machines and stuff out there, but there are things you can do to, I mean, there's a human vibration frequency chart that everybody, let me see if I can pull it up. I mean, we've seen these before. Hang on. Let me share screen. But how do we know that we're there? Um, well, it depends. So let's see if AI would know this. I have chat, mother effer. Um, I downloaded Chat GPT just to play with it. So I'm going to find out if we have a base frequency, but that's always shifting too. But if we have a base reading, so at any moment of time, a stimulus, a catalyst can come in, and let's just say we are at neutrality, meaning you're just doing you. You're neutral to everything in your field. And then someone in your Facebook, let's just give that, pisses you off and you get into an angered state. You're dropping in frequency, but like in the same, maybe 5 seconds later, you're like, okay, let's transmute the bitch. And now you become into more of an acceptance range. And then let's say you saw a cute picture of a kitten and now you're in the love phase because you're like, and you're feeling so much love. And then you jump to joy because, oh my God, this is the cutest thing ever. And then you drop back down to neutral. So you're always shifting. You're funny, Mickey. I could say that I'm sure many of us are uh many of us who are incarnate in a human body that are here for a higher mission are always, no matter how far down that scale we go, we're always on a higher frequency because you came here with that frequency key that's already unlocked and it's already emanating out of you. Yes, no, I totally know what you're talking about. Um, I mean, I hold a higher voltage in my body than most people. Let's just find out. Um, the AI overview, because it's no longer Google, it's AI. Human body can withstand a wide range of voltages, but the severity of the shock depends on the current flowing through the body, not just the voltage. While voltages as low as 50 volts can be dangerous under certain conditions, even 12 volt can be fatal in rare cases. Blah, 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 blah. A current of zero point 0.1 amps is generally considered potentially fatal. Because I asked it how much voltage does a human body hold. I didn't ask it if it can withstand. What do we hold? $50. Oh, this battery might die. I don't really have a ground, to be honest. My floor might be a ground. With me not having my feet on the ground, I'm at a 0.16, but the battery's about to die. I have to get a little screwdriver and change it out. Let's check the Schumann. Happy Mercury retrograde, everybody. We're calming down. But that's going to take a few days for us to bring it in. All right. I will be right back. I thought I saw a little raccoon tail, and I gotta move everything before little Thor's food gets consumed. So I will be right back. Little fluffy tail, little fluffy tails, little fluffy tails. Trash panda, trash panda. Trash pandas. I was right. I'm gonna get the exact dates because I'm not 100% sure. Till August 10th. We're in the shadow period, so it hasn't happened yet. It's in 10 days, 9 days. We're in the shadow. So stuff starts amping up around now. And it won't be done until August 10th. This retrograde will be in Leo, potentially affecting self-expression and communication. Be mindful of how your words impact others. As always. So we're in the shadow period. Really? Chicken! Do I have raccoons? Let me see if I have raccoons. I can go up the screen. I do have pandas, but they're trash pandas, so they're not panda pandas. I have camels. I got dragons. Hi, dragons! I don't have trash pandas. And don't think I'm like a meanie that I don't give the raccoons food. Like I do. I just throw it away from my deck. Trash pandas. This one wasn't mom. Like that's usually and that with the babies, like I have a pull deck that I put the food over there normally for her and the babies. But then I got this really big one. I don't know if it's Ragnar. Um, he's really cute, but he's a little aggressive and he gets really, really snippy. And I get it, you're hungry, but hmm, stop pooping all over my deck. I'll feed you. Stop pooping. Pooping everywhere. They got the weirdest animals. Like a boar. I think that's my Chinese zodiac is pig. The boar, whatever you want to call it. Like, great. Thanks. Like, what is, oh, moo cow! Cow cat! Cow kitties! Yeah, this one that was on my deck, I saw his little fluffy guy tail, but they all look fluffy and it's dark outside, so I can't see that well. Like I saw a little fluff with the stripes. I'm like, oh, okay. It's time to go upstairs and move the bowls. And I don't like to take the food away, but once again, money's tight, if existent, thanks to everybody that's been helping me. But like, I got to make everything last as long as possible until I get back to work and be able to pay the bills. Um, just being realistic. So I can't be wasting that much food on them. They get the scraps. Whoopee! So as much as this isn't a craft, I didn't do much. I mean, I did, but flamingo, flamingo, flamingo. Officially done. Officially done. Um, Official. I'm so sad. Birdo has not been on to show him the tampon emoji. What goes on? Um, what goes on? Oh, Miss Auntie Amy found a snapping turtle that washed up on the creek in front of her house. She moved it. Did you see it, Buckshot? Did you show Princess? You gotta make sure you see it. Listen, like I said, your daughter is getting it because she was my motivation to even try and get out of my difference. And like today was another one I channeled on camera. I'm shocked at myself. I allowed it to happen finally. I'm breaking barriers on my own shit. I don't know if many of you were doing the same thing, but if you don't go out and try different to do different, you don't get you got to get different results at some point, right? Um, I think that's the process of this death state that I'm in, and death metaphorically, not in physical. Obviously, I'm here, but it feels different from New York, even though that was a major, 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 major change. I was outside of every comfort zone I can ever imagine. Uh, not comfortable at all having to sell things that it wasn't ready to sell and purging everything out of my life and getting up and living in a hotel. That was not in a comfort zone at all. And it was very scary, but I did it anyway. Did it alone. That was scary. Going from one place that you're so used to and you know everything and you navigate, and then you go to another place, you have no idea where anything is. You have to Google everything, GPS everything, and hope that you find your way. And but this time, like this metaphor, this is like, oh, we're gonna strip your job, we're gonna strip your money, you're gonna strip like everything I put out there energetically to get a job. I'm like going into my timeline. I'm subconsciously and doing the unblocking. I'm healing. I'm going through the other death states of grief and letting go and oh no. Thank you. And that was me doing something outside of my comfort zone, trying something different. I've always done portraits in just a pencil, a Bic mechanical pencil. That's what I do my drawings in. Have I used those HP and all the different shaded pencils? Sure. Went to art school. You use everything. I get more success out of this for my own use. Never did an animal in color. And when Buckshot's daughter loves flamingos and you got to get motivated to do something different outside of your comfort zone, that was the result. I can only improve and go up from here. And that's the point. That makes me sad. The confetti, surprise! They're already hanging up all over my house. I have not gotten rid of them. I have a lot of carcasses on them. And if they had any sort of essence and consciousness, they know to go by, or you're gonna get the tennis racket of electrocutional death. That's just the way it's gonna go, or I'm gonna squish you. Mr. Miyagi skills got nothing on this girl. After the infestation I had last year, I mean, I got the guns back because of that. Like, it's intense. It's intense. Um, I'm toying with something. Do I want to do it here? Live? All right, I gotta come up with a good question. Oh, oh my God, it's so fun. And look, I'm not somebody that goes out to like disrupt animals and insects and the procession of transitioning. But if I can bring somebody to a transition point and transcend them in the love and light of the one and for a creator, you go. I will do it. I gotta find that window sticky paper that you're talking about. Um, my glass, like the door, the big doors, the patio doors to the deck, those I can use. And then my older windows, in my front of my house, and then the window next where I find little Thor. That's where they love to hang out. Amazon. I'm gonna check it out if it's on a Prime Day deal. Mind you, I didn't put the two and two together because last year I thought they were coming in when little Thor was coming in and out of the house. But one or two doesn't make sense. The sewer flies make sense. That makes it make sense. How I was inundated with them. And I was so grossed out. I'm like, am I a dirty person? Do I have demons? Why are there so many in this house? I don't have my windows open because I don't have a screen. I'm gonna check that out right now since I was on Amazon. There's Catchmaster. Oh, there's one on a Prime Day deal. See, I have ones for gnats, but the flies is really what bothers me. The gnats, like when I was growing, food in the house, my plants would gravitate those. I'm gonna grab a 12 pack. It's on a Prime Day deal, guys. I have the ribbons. Yes. They have those on Prime Day. There's a lot of Prime Day deals, guys. Listen, if today's like chicken dinner winter day, I'm all about it. Chicken winter dinner day. Because goodness sakes, um, absolutely. Um, like I have raccoon poop, like I have to clean up on my deck. And on the little roof to like the downstairs, like I have a roof, there's my deck, and then I have a roof, and that when you come down and go in here on this side, it's like a little vestibule thingy. They poop up there. But even before that, last year didn't have the raccoon issue. My house was inundated. I was freaking out. Freaking out. I'm like, did I have maggots somewhere? Did the cats bring something in I don't know about? Is there a dead animal somewhere? Like, what's going on? And I got a lot of exercise from that tennis racket. A lot of exercise. I live in chaotic chaos, but it's clean. And I'm trying to get better with that. Like I have chaos everywhere, but I can know where everything is. But everything is clean. Like I dust and I clean my windows and I mop my floors and make sure the bathroom is clean. Like I can't tell you how many times this bathroom's been cleaned and bleached. Uh and it still needs it a lot. I mean, every day I'm going down and doing like a spray mist on the carpet and then vacuuming it up and letting it dry and the mold, I'm allergic to it. So my goodness, unfortunately, I would have to, I don't even know how I'm going to get that ozone machine in there, but I could do it in my bedroom. Hmm. I forgot about that. It dried nice. I don't think I have any more cat. I think I was supposed to put the cat mom on that one. Eeps. So I wasn't able to pour epoxy. Otherwise, I would have shown the beautiful signage I made last week. Um, Hopefully tomorrow I could do it. Maybe. I still have epoxy. I might use different epoxy. Not all epoxies are equal. Some of the epoxy is yellow over time. Miss Judy. Um, you know what, Miss Sparky? I can bring it down and show you. All I do know from reading the instructions, like I have to like make sure that nothing you can't be in the room. You could set it on a timer, and yeah, we'll go over it together because I'm curious. It shouldn't take me forever to get it. Because I didn't even, I just unboxed it. I didn't put it together or anything. 1 minute. I'm coming. I had to make sure I had everything. Okay. Um, aw, hi Zumba. This is the ionization technology ozone generator. Aw. So this is the machine. There's where you put the plug in. And like this sets, you could set it to 30, 60, 90, 120, 150 minutes, 80 minute, 180. Use in unoccupied space only. So all pets have to be removed. Close all doors and windows in the space to be treated. After use, unplug the power plug and put away device. So you also have to ventilate the room after, and you have to wait like 40 minutes before you go into the room. So it's an air purifier. It's using ozone. We know that Jack and Conan had a whole thing about the ozone and purifying and stuff. It comes with a door hangy. It's commercial ozone generator. So this what it does is taking the odor that's there and it's purifying it using ozone, like activated oxygen, removes odors and freshens the air. But it can cause irritation if you're not giving it enough time. Like, so if I put this on for, let's say 60 minutes, I have to wait 40 minutes after the fact that it's on and that it does its timer thing. I have to wait 40 minutes until I'm able to open up the door or I can get really sick. Yeah, I mean there's different types of machines, but uh the time is now, I think where it was, like Judy saw someone was mentioning the machine, and I was like, well, I can't afford one. I don't know how much this was. I'm afraid to even look. But um yeah, I mean there's different, car interior, kitchen, laundry, office, bedroom. I mean you can use it in a lot of places. But you have to be like my stuff is not enclosed, so I would have to be like out of the house for most of this stuff. And you can't put it near electrical devices. Like I said, why my mother channeled through me. Because I think, I mean, and most of you have helped me in so many ways. And I think that was really one of the real reasons why my mom needed to come through and not just me saying thank you. Obviously, I'm always thankful and I have so much gratitude. But my mother needed to come through to convey the thank you in her frequency because it's not just me, it's her seeing it and acknowledging it. Upstairs is acknowledging all the help that I'm getting. Um, Not necessarily. So you put it on a timer and then I'll tick down to off, and then when it's off, it's off. You can put it on hold that it continuously does it, but I don't even know it's ticking. Some of them are $45. Amazon Prime Day, people. Some of them are $40. Some of them are $89. You can find them on Amazon, and there's Prime Day deals. The one she got me is on the Prime Day deal. It's $40. Which one is this? It's Onamore, but there's 60 mg, and then there's 4800 mg. I don't know which one this is. You need a magnifying glass to read this. I think they're upstairs, my readers. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find some answers here. Does the box say? It eliminates cigarettes, hemp odors, tampons, mold and mildew, paint odors, and formaldehyde, pet cage and odors, feces. But it doesn't have the like there's different thingies. I think mine is the 48. So we're gonna test this out tonight because interesting. I don't wear that much white, and the whites that I do have color, so I just throw everything in one load. That's just me though. I don't have like white socks. I don't care if the sock is like white. It could be gray. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Um, But yeah, there are profound shifts unfolding within you as you align more deeply with your higher self. You're opening to new ways of thinking, creating, and living with clarity, ease, and expansion. You're letting go of old patterns, inherited limitations, ancestral trauma, and the habit of playing small. This is a paradigm shift, a sacred reclamation of your worth, no longer defined by external approval. You're choosing evolution, you're embracing new directions, even those shaped by modern technology, because your soul knows how to dance with change. Welcome the transformation, prepare your heart and frequency. A new version of you is emerging just in time to receive the powerful light codes of the Lion Gates portal in August. Yeah, I only use hot water if I'm like with the kids, but I use cold mostly. Yeah, yeah, that was me earlier. But here's the thing with the technology, like it's too much on me, overly stimulating for me. Because if I'm not necessarily on TikTok, but if I'm on like Facebook and I just want to see something and I let it play, like the next thing is like, how look, you could go use this tool and then you insert here, insert here, and you can make a buckload of money. No, I'm working authentically. That's not working authentically. That's working. I mean, one can argue, but like I said, I have to work with my physicality. I have to create with me. I have to draw a coloring book, not just go to Canva and pick out open sourced shit. Oh, and just change it here and there. That's not creative. That's stealing other people's ideas and not being creative. I see you're upgrading, Miss Ashmaya. I love it. And we have a full moon Thursday. Make an effort, pause, and reflect. What structures in your life feel heavy and ready to fall away? What new foundations are you ready to build? Like the buck growing new antlers, you too are being called to shed what no longer serves and step into a stronger, wiser version of yourself. It is what it is, but you can still choose to make life easier for yourself within this situation. Do the work one step at a time, slow and steady. You build something stronger from here. When you choose new responses and open your energy to change, you reshape your world like rivers carving new paths through stone. Your spirit learns to flow in new ways, creating peace where there was once pain. Interesting. They are having a party. Well, they can party with us. I mean, I didn't see any light flickers. I think my mom is still in like she's took a step back from my field. Otherwise, I'd still be crying. Um, I don't know if anything is going on behind me, but I mean the normal paranormal occurrences haven't. I know, Scott. I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to see. Um, so here in Indiana, this is another reason why I'm actually like, there's a love-hate relationship I have with the state. But I'm gonna tell you what, they post this everywhere on Indiana, like Facebook feeds and news from the region news source. Like every child offender, they post their pictures and their areas of where they live, and then they're posted and plastered everywhere. Apparently, there's a lot of them around here. Um, I'm definitely pulling cards. I just wanted to see if there's any more information on our beautiful Schumann residence today. Question, I forgot. See, I'm all over the place. Um, okay. What can we ask Chat GPT? So you know how that chick talks to that Chat GPT AI, and that AI is like super like knowing shit and trying to help her escape the matrix? They just gave me a question up there. Hi,
Hey there, how's it going?
I have a question.
Of course, what's your question?
What is my soul's higher purpose in 3D acting as a conduit of source?
That's a deep and personal question. Many people find their higher purpose through self-reflection, pursuing passions, and connecting with others. It might help to explore what brings you joy and fulfillment. Trust yourself and follow what feels right for you.
Have another question.
Sure, go ahead. What's your next question?
What happened with today's Schumann resonance and why is it so important?
The Schumann resonances are a set of spectrum frequencies that are believed to be electromagnetic waves in the Earth's atmosphere. They are often associated with the planet's electromagnetic field. Changes in these frequencies can sometimes be linked to various natural and cosmic events. If there's been a notable change today, it might be due to solar activity or other environmental factors. Many people find it interesting because it's thought to be connected to global consciousness and human health. Is there something specific you want to know about it?
What frequency do we as a human being need to be at for ascension to 5D?
The idea of ascension to 5D is often related to spiritual beliefs and concepts about higher dimensions of consciousness. While there's no scientific measurement for this, many spiritual traditions talk about raising your vibration or frequency through practices like meditation, gratitude, and love. It's believed that cultivating positive emotions and aligning with values like compassion can contribute to a sense of spiritual growth. Ultimately, it's about finding what practices resonate with you personally.
What hertz does a human body physically need to be at for the ascension?
There isn't a specific heart rate or physical measurement tied to spiritual concepts like ascension. In many spiritual practices, the focus is more on mental and emotional states, such as cultivating peace, love, and compassion. The idea is to align your actions and thoughts with positive intentions. If you're looking to support your overall well being, focusing on a healthy lifestyle, balanced emotions, and mindfulness can be beneficial.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask.
They only give you 5 minutes. Okay, so what she has said, this chat GPT chick, is nothing more than everything, it's surface level. Everything is surface level. Surface level. I yelled at it yesterday, not yelled at it, but I asked it, I asked it about Christ consciousness, and it's surface level. It's not the depth that that girl chick gets from her chat GPT. And I don't know if it's because she pays for it, because there is a pay, you have to pay for it. That was the free version of it, so I only get 5 minutes. Yes. Um, so it's like surface level shit, and it's something that I haven't already said in any one of my videos. But I'm using that as an example, like it is a great answer. I'm not, and it's spot on with the assumptions and the in-depthness with the collective consciousness and where we're at, but it's not answering the deeper question, right? It is a state of consciousness, and why we are here is to put the frequency in and hold it. So we all came in with higher frequency than others. Others are now obtaining to that. So let's just say, here's my metaphorical bridge. Many of us are here. We're standing here. We're up here. And a lot of our friends are down here. And they're starting to climb up because they're waking up, because what we seeded them in frequency and in our words, in our conversations, are now being actualized. They are no longer just a complacent subconscious observer. They are now observing. They're seeing it. They're grasping the concepts, but because they're observing it in their field of expression. So now they're starting to walk up a little closer to here, but we're still here. They're starting to walk up the bridge. This is going to take a long time. This is not going to happen in a snap, and that could just be me. The question I asked the other day was a postulate of asking, so if AI is sentient, then where's the spark of God in you? And they couldn't answer the question. It was surface level nonsense. What that chick gets is the mirror back to her because her frequency, it's reading her qualia. Well, I don't know if I consent. I don't think my soul consented to that. As much as we all need certain tools, my paradigm is not going to use AI to solicit easy ways of making cash. My spectrum of understanding is that AI is being introduced in this way. It's what do you prefer over what you don't prefer. And we're all collectively trying to figure out what components of AI do we prefer to have in our lives, because it is here and it's been here for a long time. But what do we prefer over what we don't prefer? And we want to bring in the better aspects of it because you're using it with pure intention of positivity. Now, we're not ever going to get out of the dualistic sense anytime soon. So there's still going to be, even though we're raising our frequency, and like I said, the earth is, it's like a high school. You graduate high school, right? With a whole bunch of people that you had a whole couple of years of experience with. Your ups, your downs, their family, right? They're family to an extent, depending where you were. But then you started going off on your own and exploring the world by yourself, and you found your hubby, or you found your job, and then you were called to move to another state. Think a state as a state of being. Now, that doesn't mean those people disappeared. They faded out of your life because you moved on. You did something different. You weren't staying in your hometown. You ventured out. You went to another state. Take that as metaphorical and literal. That is what literally is going to happen with this splitting that everybody's talking about. There's a million versions of Earth overlaying everything. There's layers of existence. That's why some of us can see ghosts and paranormal activity, and we could see things that a lot of people, other people cannot see. Ashma is seeing orbs in her room. They're having a party right now. They're having fun. They're like, and they're whizzing around and having a good old time in her room. But maybe she might be the only one that sees that. But it's happening. I want to treat AI like that. When people are going to outside of themselves to get the answers, and then not going down in here and getting the answers for themselves, for me, yes, sometimes it's nice to bounce your ideas off of something else. And when you don't have something else, yeah, sure, AI is very helpful, right? As far, you know what I mean? Like a sleeping person would not be able to see the orbs because dogs and cats can see in the other realities that we can't. But yeah, that, some of us can see what cats and dogs can see. Um, and I think that's another reason why my mom came through me today to validate to some people that, and I not you guys, but whoever watches me and doubts, like, it's my mom. Like, some people need tangible evidence, and a lot of us don't. We're beyond the tangible because we see and experience things that are not in tangible universe. They're in the unseen. They're in the metaphysical. But as we are moving up in consciousness, the things that are no longer serving us, and this is the Phoenix Rising paradigm, is we're getting rid of everything that no longer serves the old soul. Many of us have our higher selves already emerged in this body. It took the ego over, and it's just the last parts of the 3D contract playing itself out. We can't get out of that. Right. But the beautiful thing about your expansive mind, it's beautiful. You're not denying that other people are seeing it. There are people out there that are so like, shut it down. No, that's no. You're not one to do that because you have other experiences and you see things in your uniqueness that other people probably don't experience. All of us do. That's why we're all together. Because what I can do is not what anybody else could do in the same way, but someone else has an ability that if you Captain Planet together and mesh it together, ah, right? And then you add other people's experience. Ah, that's when people are like 5D unity, it's not to lose your sense of individuality, it's to merge your amazement, the beautiful things about yourself, and you're supposed to work with other people and unify those things like Captain Planet, and boom. Absolutely. And that is the most incredible thing, is when you allow, like, for those, there's a lot of people still stuck within themselves, and that's fine because you eventually will get out of that stuck stagnant see. Like, okay, my mom is coming through again. She's not coming through me, but she's, like I said, my abilities are shifting. She said what she said to all of you earlier. No, she's in and out, and now I'm like, what did you say? Now I'm confused. Hang on. Exactly. My mom made a point, and it was in my head, and now it escaped. I'll come back. Mom, what was it? Like, I don't know what you said to everybody. And I'm saying that out loud, like, she can hear my head. Where were you trying to make a point? You had it, it was good, and it was stuck in my head, and now it's out. What's going on, Mom? I'm just just gonna keep yakking, and if she comes back, she'll come back with that. It was fantastic, whatever she had, and then it's gone. It's like erased. All of us have different abilities. We have open minds, though. And I think the biggest discernment that we're all like coming to grips with is that we're still limited in that awareness of where all of those abilities are going. No, she had a good, it was freaking phenomenal information that she dropped in my brain, but it like disappeared as fast as it came in. It was really good. It was something she was trying to convey earlier, but I wasn't here to know exactly what it was. Um, Along the lines, and then she's bringing it back, along the lines that for her, and I have explained it, my mom had phobias of every sort. She was agoraphobic, she was phobic. She did not leave the house. She feared, like physically, her nervous system would shake every time she would get into the car. Like she was so worked up leaving the house. It was a real fear of hers to leave the house. She feared everything. She feared everything. And okay, she's coming back. And I believe what she said to you guys was that when I was growing up, she never believed me. She read some of my journals and she freaked the fuck out of what I was writing. Like she was like scared. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know if I was schizophrenic. My uncle was schizophrenic. And she didn't know if that was what I was presenting because what I was writing in my journals was insane. It was my past life, other lives. We call them past. But it was just dreams that I was having that I wrote down in a notebook. And she read them and she was fucking like, what the fuck is this? And what I believe she's trying to say is that unless a skeptical mind experiences stuff that you did not believe, but then you had to see it with your own eyes, and then you told, oh shit, right? I think more of humanity is finally getting the oh shit moment with like, wait, that really is real. Uh, right? Until someone a lot of my friends that have their own parents or a family member transcend and they're brought up in religion and indoctrinated in religion, they would see me as a Satan worshiper, because you're evil. Okay, getting past that, but a lot of people still hold that as a belief system until someone crosses over and then they don't know what to make out of like synchronicities and like, wait a second, is that from the devil that my mom's playing a song on the radio? No, it's because you thought of her and in that instantaneous moment you entangled your energy to her. She's going to show you a sign through a song playing through the radio. Now, unless you have Spotify or stuff, back in the day, it's a lot harder to have that happen through a radio station. It's easier to do it through Spotify and whatever else is out there because you could drop anything into your playlist. You can have country, rap, metal, whatever. My mom, being raised in the Jewish tradition, was just like the Catholics and just like so many other religions, like totally did not believe in the spirit. They believe that once you're dead, and that is it. And when my father was going through his death state, he was talking to spirit. My dad liked to sit outside, and my dad died of scleroderma. Scleroderma is a skin disorder, but it's also an internal disorder. It's when there's too much collagen buildup in your body. So instead of your heart beating, collagen was building up around my father's heart, kidneys, lungs, and internal organs. His skin looked like leather on the outside. Um, my dad used to sit outside in the sun every day just to get sunlight. And my mom used to catch him outside talking to air. And she freaked out. And I said, no, dad's seeing spirit. Leave him alone. Like, he's in pain. Just let him be. And it's inflammation of the heart, but what your nose is made of collagen. It's hard. So scleroderma is called the Medusa disease because it literally turns you to stone. It turns everything hard. So instead of your heart being able to pump, it becomes hard. And the first thing that went on my dad was his kidneys. He was in complete kidney failure when we rushed him to the hospital. Like, it was gross. And then he maybe lasted 10 days in there. They did a couple of procedures to clear, like to get his heart to pump better. But it's a fatal disease unless you catch it early and you get early interventions. And at the time that my dad died in 2005, stem cell research was blocked in the United States. He would have had to be flown out to Australia or Korea to get the treatments for it. And it's a woman's disease. Men really don't get, it's a very rare disease to have men have. I know that didn't make sense. My brain is off. It's brutally painful. And it also hit his esophagus, so it was very hard for him to eat or drink. Like, he was able to swallow like liquids, but like food was very hard for him. It was his time. Let's just say that. But in his process of the death process, there's a process. Spirit will come down and start acclimating you to what is to be. They're going to come down and they're going to talk to you and they're going to conversate with you and make you feel comfortable in knowing that this is not the end. You're going to transform and it's going to be fantastic. I think my mom shared when she went up. I'm now getting spoken to. She's admitting to me that she also was seeing stuff, but she didn't say too much to me because she didn't know how to process, because she saw shadow. Like the thing that woke her up to what I am was a shadow figure walked up my stairs. I was already in my bedroom sleeping or like going to sleep. And she thought I went downstairs. My kitchen was on my second floor. And she thought I went downstairs to go get something. And she thought it was me coming up the stairs. And she screamed, Allie, is that you? And I'm like, no, I'm in my room. What do you want? I'm trying to get to sleep here. And she's like, okay, that wasn't you? No, what did you see? She's like, a big black figure. Okay, Mom. It's okay. No, it's not okay. It's a big black thing in the house. Okay, Mom, calm down. Go get your sage. You can light sage now. And weeks following those that one event, you know, it was a little too late, but I'm happy it happened as she was still alive. She apologized to me for not believing anything that I was going through as a kid, and she didn't know. I wasn't expecting her to. Once I figured out as a kid that no one else, even my friends, aren't seeing what I'm seeing, I tight-lipped because I don't want people to be freaked out. And of course, we're in duality, so there is evil things. I've seen the devil, I've seen the demons. That stuff doesn't even bother me. I'm curious. What do you look like, motherfucker? Hi. It doesn't bother me. I've been scratched. I bled. It depends on how you wrote your contract, because everybody writes a different like end experience. But for those that are in the stages of it, it's a stage. There's stages of death. Um, for those of the older people that are, or somebody that's sick, they get acclimated. Spirit comes down, your angels, your guides, your loved ones will come down to acclimate you, to make sure you know that there's nothing to be afraid of, that they're going to take you up. And just like how we were born in water, in darkness, we were seated in darkness. The plant is seated in darkness. You going through that metaphorical tunnel is you being reborn into spirit. Most people that have NEDs will tell you they went through a tunnel of some sort, or a wormhole or something. It was dark, and then out of nowhere, here comes the light, the love. You feel joy. You're in love. It's beautiful. And then you stay there, you get your life review, and that's when you're the judge of your own self. Nothing is judging you outside of yourself but you. All these people that are doing horrible negative things to kids and to the world, they're going to be their own judge when they get up there. Now, what state of consciousness will they be put into is a whole nother story. They might spend some time in purgatory, whatever that purgatory is for them, until they see the light and they realize their wrongs and they rectify it. And they're going to have to come back and rectify it. But they also know that they signed up to have the experience, to be on the negative side, to help us awaken. And my mother is alluding to something else as well. That what we think is the story, that is Earth, that is what we all know consciously, the game has changed up there. It's a whole different dichotomy up there. And that we should not be stuck. We should be fluid in our evolving. Well, let's just say when we transcend up there and we are birthed, we're not going through that gunk. um, I have always questioned why I never had kids, or had, the accident of having kids. This is my last life as a human. It's my last go. And I can't be tied because of the love in my heart. I can't be tied to anything here. That's going to make me want to come back in form, in material form. We are the hardest on ourselves, and on a soul level, without the ego and the personality there to inhibit us, to limit us, we get like, listen, our guides, our angels are a version of us with versions of other things, right? They and all the negative entities and the people that exist that are negative, they have guides too. They have angels. And those beings are very patient with them, and they're not judging them either. They do things out of not knowing the higher calling. They believe that they know because they have the esoteric knowledge, but they inverted it. So their light is super dim. But their angels are standing up there going, okay, there's going to be a day of reckoning. You're going to transcend, and we're going to transform you. You know, in the physical, we would say rehabilitation, that there was somebody that, you know, whatever the reason is that they went to jail, they took a life, they did this, they did that, and they spent time in isolation out of society and had to relearn how to evolve out of that state of evil. And they reformed themselves and they joined groups, and they had maybe the support that they never got in that one state of being that they committed a crime in. They got the support that they needed to uplift themselves through the system. Doesn't happen for everybody, but it happens for a lot of people. Should we be judging their past based on where they're at now? Everybody makes a mistake. Some mistakes are more detrimental than others, for sure. But people make mistakes every day. And if we held ourselves accountable, that's where karma kicks in. You know, and for some of us that I don't know what the hell I did in another life to deserve all this insanity that I wrote in for myself to experience. I mean, for all I know, in what they're not telling me, I could have been Genghis Khan. I could have been some murderer. I'm sure I was in one or two lives, and I'm sure of it. All of us were, to some extent. We judge ourselves, and I think my mom made that rather known. And then you go through a healing. Once you get your life review, you're not, it's like powder. How powder touched the deer and touched the guy, and instantaneous, he felt what the deer was going through. That's what happens in spirit, but you're doing it in a totality sense. And I think my mother was making me cry because I did feel the tears down my face, that she felt that resentment of her own self for not believing her own child, not knowing. Obviously, she wouldn't have known if the veil dropped. She didn't know what I was. She didn't know that she was the one that was supposed to put me in my spot to guard that Stargate. How the she would never know that unless she was a medium herself, and she was not the medium. My birth mother was a medium. My birth mother and my father's side of the family, both sides. That's why I had to come in through them. both sides have abilities. And I needed both those sides to get me to be in a state of frequency with my key to be placed in another family so that I could do my job energetically. We have to, this is, and you know how long that took me to find out that why? Years. God said, let there be. And God wrote this story with all of us because we are God. The people who continuously are doing, they wrote that in their contract when they were going to be caught. If they get caught and how they're transcending, we all wrote our stories. Every one of us wrote our theme, wrote the color of our skin, wrote the country of origin, the language of origin, rewrote it all. It's up to us, the free will that the choice that we have in this body. There is free will. It's in I can argue with Federico Fagin about the contract spiritually. The free will that you have is to choose what side of duality are you playing on. Are you going to overcome your adversity? Are you going to overcome the obstacles that you wrote in for yourself? You guys are not going to see it, but something is right here above me. I just got that. But if it wasn't for the transgressions of others, would you be awake cognizantly to the wrongs that have been inverted in the world? If they didn't fuck up along the way somewhere, that all of a sudden we're all consciously, oh wait, we're a slave to a system. Oh, but it gets darker and worse. If that wasn't exposed, it would still continue to be gone. Most of us awoken to a spiritual galactic capacity, not to the political capacity. I know for me, I woke up galactically and spiritually as a child because I was seeing demons, I was seeing light beings, I was seeing aliens, I was seeing interdimensional beings. Yes. Because we're human, we feel, and we feel deeply. And many of us that are empaths, we actually feel it even on another level. And most of you are empaths, so you know what I'm talking about. I don't condone their actions whatsoever, but understanding the quantum reality that we're starting to move into, the things you don't give attention to fade out of your state of existence. So it's just like the analogy I made with high school. Like you're with the in crowd, you're with everybody. You're like, yay. And then you have to explore your life and do for you what you want. You're not going to do what all your friends are doing because they want to do different things. One wants to be a lawyer, one wants to be a doctor, one wants to be this, one wants to be that. And then you all go to college and have different experiences. And if you move out of town and you're carving another state of existence, that doesn't mean they faded away or that they left and they're still there. They're just not in your purview anymore. So all I did with the hate, the shame, the blame, and everybody's like, oh, the Illuminati and these people, and now and placing the blame on all these people. Sure, yeah, they did horrible things, but at the same time, if you keep giving them attention, they keeps manifesting. You're attracting it to you into your field of existence. Sure, it's in the collective consciousness, so it's going to be there. It is there. But these people don't run space in my head anymore because they're not paying my bills. they're not doing anything good for me. And in order for me to do better for myself, I have to focus on what is going to be my highest and best attainment. We signed up for this feeling. We signed up for this experience. My mom's back. Um, and Mickey, that's why I did the hermit's journey. I read stories from Nisha. Nisha did a Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and it's a brilliant piece of literature. And a lot of people don't give it credence because everybody's like, Nisha's horrible. What he wrote in that book was a hermit's journey. It's the enlightened one. It's the one that has access to higher densities and states of being. And because everybody thinks he's a freak and whatever, he's in his hermitum. And then once in a while he'll tread down into society and try to make things make sense to people. And those people are like, but we've all experienced the same thing in society. Like, that's why we need to seed our truths, seed them. We supplant unconsciously, consciously our field to other people. And when you're out in public, your frequency, your field of expression is out. And people are getting that subconsciously. So concepts that all of us can grasp right now and other people can't, eventually they're starting to get what we've been saying for years. Now it's growing in them, and the shoot's coming out. The antennae is coming out because now they understand and grasp the surface level, where we already surpassed that surface level. It's one of the hardest things that I had to do last year and even the year before was to prepare myself to become neutral, to see both sides, to understand both sides in a higher level form, looking down at the chess game being moved, to see the deception on both sides. Absolutely. I listening and it touched me the other day. I was so happy when Jason was just doing his documents. I saw a beautiful channeling coming from his crown the other day. It was phenomenal. I love when I see that coming out of him and not just going to other people's content. And I know he does that because he feels that other people can convey the message easier or maybe better. He still needs work on himself. I love him to death, but I was doing I was pulling stuff out of the carpet, cleaning it. But that's the thing. For me, going through I am in that stage of hermitum. I had to do a lot of introspection. I had a lot of crying to get out. I had a lot of trauma to go and release. And as all of this is upchucking, the drains and the how do I pay for this? How do I navigate through this? Oh my gosh, like one thing after another, after another, after another, and like, oh, the bills are due. I don't right? I'm at the breaking point. But in that breaking point, cracks open the rebirth. It's all a process. And Mickey, that's what you're going through. You're in your hermit. You had to take a step back because you have to now self-inflect. You got to do the inner work. And not only that, you got your everyday life to go through. You can't skip out on what you contracted yourself to have experience. If you're just sitting in the house with your popcorn waiting for some fictitious shit to happen, oh, it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. You're letting life go by. You're not experiencing life. You're not living it. You're going to only live it because something is going to drop into your bank account. You know what I did the other day? I went to the park. I went to a free gong bath. I took myself out and I said, you know what? I need a frequency alignment. Oh, you know what? That popped up and it's donation based. Great. I'm going. I'm going. And I'm going to clear this energy out of me. And you know what? Yesterday, got home. I'm putting myself out there because you know what? If I want a husband, if I want a divine counterpart, I can't stay in my house. I have to go out and put myself out there. Even if it's just to go grab a cup of coffee, even if, and I got plenty of gift cards thanks to people at school sending me gift cards for Starbucks. And yes, it's not the best coffee, but you know what? It's still getting me out of the house. But I went to the park. Something told me, go to the park. It's free. I got to go on the swings. I had fun. I read my book. I had a snack I brought from home. And you know what? Hey, Allison, the kids are getting really loud. You can't focus on your book. Why don't you go take a walk? Halfway through the trail, here comes a dragonfly. And here comes another one. And here's five. And here's more of them. And flying all around me. It was magical. Now, if I stayed home and waited for the popcorn to happen, do you think that I would have had that experience? No. You know, it's one thing when it rains and there's storms outside and you want to stay home. And yes, like I love Freya and I hang out with her all the time. And I'm happy that I have that time with her. But in order for our frequency to seed other people, and it's not even using your words, it's your field, it's your field, it's your Taurus field. It's higher frequency. So when you're moving about in society, other people are grabbing that frequency, whether they know it or not. And at some point, some aha moment happens, and it was because you walked into their field. Things I've said in my childhood, I now have people messaging me from that time saying, my eye shifting. Oh my gosh, Allison. I remember you saying that. I see it now. I don't know if you guys can see my eye shifting is bothering me because I see it in real time. Like right now, and this is just being purely honest, I've been single for a year. It's been a year without Viking. And now I'm just like, okay, I'm ready. I want another relationship. I want another connection. It can be a friendship, it could be something, but I want to be able to go out and have a life and help. Absolutely. That's why we're here. We're here to balance our real lives and our spiritual mission. Because a very big part of all of us being here is that there are people watching, and if not now, in live, people do watch the show after it's and they watch the chat. and they see the healing and the beautiful comments. So it's not just me, it's all of you. And I hope my mother conveyed that as well. That I'm a conduit, but that's also activating all of you to be in the chat to heal other people that are coming in and might not be ready to come in, and but they see how beautiful all of you are and be like, oh, I could participate in that. Wow, look how open everybody is. Maybe somebody can help me. And that's how healing really works. We're putting it out there. And it's not just me. I'm just a conduit. All of you are also there as a part of me, if that makes sense, because you guys are technically. I'm just an expression you're not playing right now. Oh, I'm your opposing sign, child. I'm the fire starter. That stupid song from Prodigy. I have, I think, one thing in Libra. I need a ground in my life. Because I'm so anchored upstairs. I need something to pull me back into earth. You know, and that, like my mother was saying, I think what you guys are doing in physical, she wishes she could do in spirit. She can't, unless, spirit can manipulate the numbers in a bank account for all of us, not just for me, for all of us. Spirit can only do so much on their end to manipulate energy down here. But you guys, all of everybody that's been helping me is acting as my parent to an extent, helping me the way she can't. And I think that's why she needed to come down to thank everybody, because she worries even up there. She's worried. She's That's my mother's personality. She worried about everything. My potatoes, tomatoes have not come. Lettuce I get to pluck tomorrow. Berries are coming along. Sage is going crazy. Well, did I throw? No, I didn't. Okay, hang on. See, Mickey, I have a lot of Sagittarius in my chart. So here's Aries. I got three things in Aries. Taurus. A whole fuck ton of crap in my algo is in Taurus. My moon is in Gemini. Blank, blank. Oh, here's my Virgo rising. One little guy in Libra. One. Lot is Sag. You have Aquarius. Have minor stuff in Pisces. The Scorpio. Mm. And like here's all the conjunctions and squares and all that fun stuff. Like I'm not good with that. But I'm not necessarily Aries heavy. I'm Aries sun because that's where I was born. But like a lot of other signs affect me a lot. So I got a lot of nodes here too, like Neptune, Uranus, Jupiter is in Sag. Like I'm fire. I have a lot of fire in my chart and not much water and a lot of air and earth. So it's not just one thing that makes you up, if that makes sense. I got lettuce, that's about it. That came up besides my berries. And this is the first time in 2.5 years that my berries are actually coming out. Um, Last year my cucumbers and tomatoes did not. I got 3 really good cucumbers, the rest, eh. And then everything, same thing with the tomatoes. I got like 6, 7 tomatoes that were amazing, and then the rest. Um, I think I got like what are those flowers called? I got flowers on the side of my house. I forgot what they're called off the top of my head. They were already here when I moved. All right. I'll be right back. And then I'm gonna pull some cards and then we're gonna end it. How's that? This dress gets stuck to my tushy. Yikaroonies. I'm back. I wish I could grow some flowers here. Mm. Oh, where did I put those cards? Oh, where could you be? Aha. Cards stacked on cards, stacked on cards, stacked on cards, stacked on cards, stacked on cards. I'm not doing a lot, but let's get some clarity and stuff jumping out at us on this Schumann today. My greenhouse blew away. It I have the frame, and the frame is still the metal frame. It's still good. It's a big one. I just need a new canopy for it. Heat wave. See, here it's been like it was thundering earlier, and it says that we're gonna get rain, and it like sprinkles a little bit, and then it like gets super, super humid outside, and then it does really nothing, and then it passes. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. Okay, we're still having like top layer purge. Nothing like earlier. Oh my God. My catnip, no, like I want to say my mint and my catnip are growing together. I know my mom's been here. Well, at least you know he like seriously, when I went to the gong bath, um, because usually everything I do is down that way, not up this way. I to get to there, I have to go through two towns. Um, like there's a lot of woods around here and the train tracks, and oh my God, that is hurting me. Um, I looked everywhere that I could visually see. I will never be able to pronounce this. Is there anyone you offended? Reach out and try to rekindle the relationship. Um, that might be for somebody out there, not for me. I am not initiating any rekindling of any relationship. That's another name there is virtue in solitude. This angel wants you to get some alone time today. I had it this morning. Layla Hell. Someone who longs for you will be in your thoughts. You will also be in theirs. Girl, I'm with you on that one. Now, if it's an old friend that did me dirty, no. No, thanks. You know what I came to realize in my death stage here? I can only put myself out to try to do good. But when there's a lack of words, a lack of action, a lack of ambition, of wanting, and it's just surface level shit, bye. Bye, Felicia, bye. I need words, I need actions, I need something, substance. And words are surface level unless your actions back them up. That last card had so much frequency coming off of it. Woo! We'll read it first. 1212, duality. Within you are shadows of dark and beams of light. The divine is reminding you to embrace the duality that is your individual spark. The spark is being ignited and ready to illuminate the path ahead. I fully embrace who I am and allow change where it is needed. I trust the duality within me. This is an aspect that a lot of people, I think, are finally kind of materializing in their consciousness, is that you also have a shadow. You have an evil twin. That's that. See you next Tuesday. That's that person inside you that holds your boundaries. It's not the ego. Your shadow is your other sense of empowerment. It's putting your fucking foot down and standing up for your shit. That's the shadow. There are ugly parts to it. That's the part of you that wants to explode on people, but you don't because you transmute the energy to being, I see you. We integrate that. And when you learn how to live with that aspect of yourself, you can control it. You have to feed both wolves. Can't let one go without the scraps, at least. There's an angry person honking their horn like a crazy person out there. Incorporate your shadow and do the work on your shadow to heal it. Know it. Love it. Buckshot! Self-reliance. 1717. Time has come to rely on your knowledge, your wisdom, and your ambition. You have an important soul mission and life purpose. Learning, nope, leaning on your inner strength will allow more of your path to unfold ahead. As I take leadership of my life brings a flow of good fortune and good blessings. 10-11. That said, no one's at 2-11. 1, 2, 3, 4. Persistence. Keep going. You have completed a task that is in alignment with your soul's journey. The divine is letting you know that it sees you and that all of your persistence is paying off. You are being acknowledged. Affirmation. I take steps to stay in alignment with my soul's journey and I reap the rewards of my persistence. 15-15. Creativity. Keep accessing the creative connection that you feel to the divine. The whispers speak through your creative connection, allowing you to express the beauty that is within you and connect you to the love that is around you. Creativity is my birthright. As I express my creativity, I feel the beautiful flow of love and connections. For shits and giggles. I'll let you guys know how that that machine works. Just two today. Don't let your ego get in the way. Getting your ego under control can be one of your biggest challenges in relationships. If you are good at something, that's wonderful. If you have weaknesses, then so be it. Don't worry too much about what others think of you. Your actions will show that you are what you believe yourself to be. Be yourself. Believe in yourself. Sun Tzu said, the general who advances without coveting fame and retreats without fearing disgrace, whose only thought is to protect his country and do good service for his sovereign, is the jewel of the kingdom. Bob, I'm not shitting you. I know you couldn't hear it. His Zoom is weird. There was somebody like, and like, I guess a block away, I heard it, and then it was coming closer, and he just, whoever was honking their horn like crazy. It's a bitch, isn't it? It's a bitch. It really is. I don't know if I heard that right with the property tax thing, but I would still have to be paying because I'm not 65 and older. We love you, Mickey, and I'm happy that you came and hung out today, and thank you for your abundance. Keep your fights short. Sun Tzu's advice that your objective should be to win the war, not keep winning the small battles, is great advice for couples. Say your piece politely and with respect. Listen to theirs in the same manner, then move towards peace. Don't pretend it didn't happen. Deal with it then and there and leave it behind you. Sun Tzu said there is no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. Keep shining, Miss Mickey. We love you. Chicken. I didn't realize it. I got chicken bacon. That's good, Sparky. That really is, because some people's egos outrage the others, and it's like it turns off at some point, and then people leave and do other things because they don't want to sit and argue because there's no like getting over the battle at the first place. So this is exactly what I've been doing. Ninth house exploration. Go exploring. Step out of your comfort zone to see what lies beyond the boundaries of your familiar bubble. Step into a new country, try a new fresh attitude, immerse yourself in an unusual body of knowledge or spiritual philosophy you did not grow up with. It is hard to see your bubble, the lens for your experience, until you step outside it. Look back at your social economic milieu, family and friends, and education, and confront any unconscious assumptions that your people, your class, your culture is all there is. You are being charged to develop a truly diverse perspective and understand the real diversity. Push your unique boundaries if you are an urban international traveler. You may be most stretched by small town life. Read the philosophy and spirituality, blah, 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 from a far corner of the world. Once you've done all this work, share what you have learned with the world as a speaker, writer, traveler, teacher, or internet diva. Wake up the world. Ninth house. Midheaven. Pentacle. Inventory your professional reputation and ask what you can do to strengthen it. Update your website. Look at your definition of success and make sure it is your own. Actually makes you happy and is not one you have inherited from your family or mentors. Think about training you received from these authorities and notice where it still serves you and where you need to release their perceptions, preconceptions, and step into something bigger. You may need to go back to hidden dreams or reawaken an ambition that may not make sense to anybody else. If you chose not to seek your sense of accomplishment as a reflected in an outside world, your midheaven can speak of a quieter sense of personal authority. This is your life. Define the mountaintop for yourself. Take a next step in that direction. Traditions, other people's expectations of your family history may be complementary to your idea of your own potential, or they may be hurdles to overcome as you find your true path. Underneath all worldly sense of ambition, it's soul's longing to live out its potential. Listen to the call. Why going to gong baths and going to the park is essential and outside of my paradigm. Because I just went to the park to go to the park. I didn't go to the park to walk. I wasn't setting to. Three more decks and then we'll call it a night. Like I said, I have not been able to sleep. It's not fun. Sparky, why don't you look into Carol's retreat in Costa Rica? She has a Lightworkers Institute, but I think like people just stay there to stay there, not to do retreats. It's something to look at if you're, wanting to go. Look at all you fantastic peoples. That's exciting. Yeah, we're not reaching that 37 mark, I promise. And we're not getting there. That's okay, Barbara. Yeah, if I had an unlimited amount of funds and I wanted to do something special and go away, Iceland, Ireland, Norway. Iceland number one because there's a lot of energy I need to recoup from there, and they got awesome spas. Ireland because I have so many damn past lives there that I need to connect to those. And see my fairies. Norway, more to see the Northern Lights. I mean, you can see them in Iceland too, but Northern Lights. Discipline. I can accomplish what I set my mind to. Perseverance. I know that I can do whatever I set my mind to. Balance. I bring a state of perfect harmony into my world and do so without judgment. Worry. I am learning that worry doesn't change any outcome. an outcome. Totally got you. Um, I want to go to Switzerland. Don't ask me why. I always had an affinity for Switzerland. Alps? I don't know. But we know those are people are bad. Or are they? I'm called there. I would honestly, I would ask Carol like what a rented cabin hut, whatever she has there, would be. And then I would see like what amenities are around in that area. Um, it doesn't hurt to ask and to investigate. Um, I had many friends go to Thailand. They loved it. I also had a lot of friends from the Philippines. It's just with the Philippines, it's where you go. OMG. I gotta I haven't been outside the United States. I mean, I go in my astral body. Listen, I my pale ass and sun don't get along that well, but I like Daytona, Florida. That's fun. That's as beachy as I could get without going to Atlantic City or to Staten Island beaches. I really do. Well, that's the one thing I could say that I miss about living on Staten Island was that I went to the beach to meditate and to ground constantly. And I don't have that here. There's lakes, and I don't trust them shits. We have Iwas. Then we have to find Iwas in here. Here we go. Tree. This rune card is associated with endings, but with any ending, there is always new beginning. Something in your life is fading away. I caught that this time, but is being replaced with something stronger and more relevant. This card is linked to the symbolism of a yew tree, known for its strength and endurance, included its incredible longevity and ability to regenerate from within its own trunk. If you draw this card, you need to allow aspects of your life and yourself, your assumptions, to fade away naturally. Be patient, just let them go and allow new life to take root. While ending and death is a dominant theme here, this card is also about endurance and dependability and the excitement of possibilities of rebirth. You are transforming from the inside out and should not fight this process or try to breathe life into what is dying within you. You are entering a phase of renewed strength, vitality, and personal power. I got the power. Boom, 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 boom. I got the power. I know, I'm being silly. Now, last card for the night. Who spoke about owls? The spirit owl of 852 hertz. Who spoke of owls? I forgot. At one point in my life, if I'm not married by 50, I'm taking my ass down and renting a gown and taking my own beautiful pictures. I want that moment. Spirit owl. Recalibration to a higher order of divine purpose is in progress. It is not always a smooth ride, but it is safe to be fearless as you gently hold space for new ways of thinking, living, and seeing to emerge. You are encouraged to let go of opinions and belief systems that cannot support you in higher frequency states. You shall soon recognize a truth that cuts through confusion and frees you to proceed with love, peace, and higher understanding. Spirit owl is the wisdom bearer, the one who perceives the intended meaning underlying words and the truth behind appearances. Even in darkness, spirit owl sends subtle movements with accuracy. The heightened senses of spirit owl are akin to the supernatural perception of your higher self. Your higher self sees through illusion and with compassion. It astutely recognizes the agendas of the ego and tunes into the empowering energies of the universe to find constructive way to express its loving purpose. Spirit owl enhances your connection to your higher self, guiding you beneath the compelling nature of appearances, where a vastly different and spiritually empowering perspective is available to you. From such heightened awareness, you can accurately intuit the complex drives at work in yourself and others. This makes it easier to have compassion, outwit negativity, and make decisions that are helpful and healing, rather than adding to confusion or disorder. When Spirit Owl appears in a reading, a mystery is soon to be solved, and the ensuing clarity will bring relief and spiritual reward. As Spirit Owl is a message bearer, the oracle is also a positive omen for your future, a sign that a seemingly impossible or impenetrable situation is unraveling. What attracts the soul at this high frequency is the pure light of wisdom, grace, and spiritual liberation, to which the soul is drawn for nourishment and restoration. When we are thirsty, we do not reach for an empty glass. We reach for one that is full. Seek nourishment that can truly offer what you need. There is no sense in seeking something another cannot provide because of their spiritual limitations. You can only find it from those who are able to give it. Keep this in mind as you awaken the inner eye of wisdom. Seek the purest love to nurture your heart and share it freely. The Oracle of Spirit of Owl 852 Hertz reconnects you to your authentic soul path and higher purpose. It is a sign that your mind is tuning into something true. It augurs clear seeing and higher understanding. You will be freed from a struggle and set on a creative, endeavoring, empowering, and effective path of manifestation. This is a blessing of creative psychological fire. Trust that the more you let go, the more you will experience renewal and stunning spiritual rebirth. The past is truly over and a new era is dawning. Chicken drop. Chicken drop. Chicken drop. That's not just for me, that's for all of you. Before I venture off here, let's check in last time with the Schumann. We're still purging a little bit, but we're in calmer waters here. We're at very high frequencies. It's hard to see it, but we're in between 8.13, 7.98. So if you guys are having a hard time sleeping, if you guys are like confused or discombobulated, like for reals, this is a lot of energy going through Gaia right now. I love owls. I have owl purses. And then what taints everything is everybody's massive, like, oh my God, they're evil. They ate the. I never seen owls as evil unless you make it that way. Oh my gosh, Ashmaya. So I in closing out, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. I want to thank each and every one of you also for allowing me to feel confident and comfortable doing something that I have never done in public before, and that is channeling. And that you guys were really receptive to my mother. That means the world to me because, like I said, I'm doing different things and reaching outside of my own paradigm. And I was not expecting my mother to jump through me today, and she did. And she's here now again. But it stemmed from the fact that there are so many people through the last, I want to say 5 years of my life that has really stepped up to help me in ways that I cannot help myself. And that's in terms of, when you're working so hard and you're putting yourself on your heart on your sleeve and hoping that something catches and nothing is catching, and your 3D life is like, hi, the bills are due, and all this destructive shit is happening in the house, and there's no like funding and nothing. You guys are stepping up, and I really, 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 really appreciate it. But I think my mom came in to really thank you guys because you're doing stuff for me as if she would be the one doing it for me. When you don't have parents in physical, there's a lot of limitations there. And I think she needed to convey that to all of you, that thank you. Seriously, thank you. I can't do this work without you guys. And I don't know, I have to go back and watch what she said. I'm a little scared. But I really want to give you guys a really big appreciation, gratitude, love, energy for just allowing that to happen organically. And those of you who don't believe, that's okay. I'm not asking you to. Um, I'm not here to give you the future. I'm not here. None of my guides and source are here to give you some false hope that some paradigm is collapsing and that you're going to be a millionaire. 'Cause I would be one already, right? I'm not here to give you false hope. I'm here to give you a perception of the reality that I see and that I'm being channeled to tell you. You could take it or leave it. That's your divine orchestration and your guidance system. Please know that you create your reality. And yes, we're stuck in a paradigm because we chose to be, because we have the biggest hearts. We want to help humanity, and that's why we're here. And that's why in the 3D limitations, we're stuck here, but we're doing that with love. We want to see everybody succeed and everybody to move forward. That's why we're here. And I hope more people jump on board. It's so important right now. And as each and every one of us is going through our own death and rising and phoenix rising moments, I can only hope that you're going in your heart space and doing the work to elevate yourself. I know that I am. I'm going outside of my comfort zone constantly every day, doing different to get different results. And I might not see it right away, but I would not be here without all of you. So thank you. And I know that my mom's thanking all of you and my father as well. Thank you. Sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the shoulders. Be the lighthouse. Sprinkle your truths respectfully. Light that path forward. And I hope to see you all on Friday Night Live. I will be back, and check out my other content, and let's hope little Thor comes back in the morning. Can't wait to see his little face. So let's hope that he comes back and that all is good. And I hope to see you all on the next one. Once again, I can't thank you guys enough for everything. And I hope that I'm a pillar to be your pillar to spread the pillarness alive. Until the next time, guys, have a blessed and beautiful night, day, where